Hello, hello, hello. It broke. It broke. My camera broke. 1 second. Let me fix it. Fix. See, the problem is there's like no way to... Oh, wait. No, because that's a quarter inch 20. There's no like lock nut on this. So as soon as it gets loose, it falls apart. But, oh, I can't even pull that out. I can't even put a lock nut in there. Oh, that's... Yeah, maybe I can. Maybe I can. Do I have lock nuts? I should have lock nuts. Lock nuts. I do have lock nuts. No, not lock nuts. Split washers. Do I have split washers? I have split washers. Dang it. Oh well. Oh well. Make do without. How's everyone doing today? It's Saturday night. It's Saturday. It's the weekend. It's not an absolute icebox outside anymore, at least where I'm at. So yay. Yeah. It's actually nice today. Lock washers. Yes, lock washers, but I don't have any. I mean, I do, but they're downstairs and they're bigger. Working on a V0. That's always good. That is always good. There we go. You go there, and then you go there, and then voila. So it is Saturday night. I feel all right, and today should be a pretty fun stream. Pretty chill. We're gonna do some wiring. We're gonna do some yapping. We're gonna start with printing some stuff because we're working on the whatchamacallit, the LDO V2 for GLOOP. Gotta get that built. I gotta take photos of this. I am horrible with thumbnails. I hate the whole thumbnail meta that YouTube has now, where like, I hate making a thumbnail, let alone 3, because you're supposed to have 3 now. And then what you need to do is when you have 3, you test them, and then whatever one's working the best, then you need to make 2 more that look like the 3rd one that's doing good. So you have to make 5 thumbnails. It sucks. I hate it. I hate it. I just want to make shitty YouTube videos that people just watch and I not have to play the stupid thumbnail game. So anyways, by the way, tomorrow's video is with the Kapla. You know, that's Star Trek. Tomorrow's video is the last pistol and this. I was hoping to get the legs done. The plan was to do the legs as the next part of the Fallout Power Armor series. But the legs, I could have done a video on the boots, but then I didn't because I ended up moving past the boots into the legs, and I figured the legs wouldn't be enough to have their own video if I didn't have the boot. So I'm not doing that until I have the whole lower half of the armor done, which it's actually getting there. I'll show you a video. I will show you a video. If I can find the video. Where did I put the video? It's on the server. Import. Wait, yeah, I am unmuted. Okay, good. Power armor build, boot. See, this is how you could tell. The plan was for it to be a boot video and not a legs video because it's boot. I think this is it. So I've got, that is where it's at. So the thing is, it's not done. I'm waiting on some stuff to come in. I got to like rubberize the gaps, and I got to get some stuff to fill. Like, I don't want you seeing me in the suit. That's the thing. I don't want you seeing me in the suit. So I was going to do a video on just the boots, but then I'm like, well, I'll do a video on the entire lower half of it instead. So I got to finish up a bunch before I can do that. So is it a bootleg video? Them's fighting words. I got a bread knife here. Bread knives are actually pretty good for foam. So yeah, so if you are a channel member or a Patreon supporter, or you find the Twitch channel and throw it a Twitch Prime, or you're lucky and somebody gifts you a channel membership tonight on the live stream, if you go on the Discord in the Yacht Club channel, there's a link to the video. I put it public for, well, not public. It's not public, but it's up early for channel supporters. So it's not a full deep dive how I did these. It's only like a 9-minute video or something, but just kind of talking about, because I'm not going to do 8 different videos on the series, and every single video covers like, and this is how I sanded everything, and this is how I did the weathering. It's like, no, I did the same thing I did last video. This is what's new. This is what I did different on this video. So, okay, so you can go up here, you can go there. How does Miss Creator like the suit? It's fine. She's like, it's cool. Do cosplay vids do well? No. The problem is though, my audience, the problem with YouTube is it's very hard to go from one audience to another. People think it kills your channel. It doesn't. Okay. The way the YouTube algorithm works, it doesn't really kill your channel when you go from one topic to another. The problem is you basically, like if I put out a video tomorrow of a Minecraft Let's Play, essentially it would do as good as pretty much any other random video somebody puts out about a Minecraft Let's Play, unless they are already a Minecraft channel, right? So by doing stuff that's within the scope of your current like content, it's not as bad. So that's why I'm doing cosplay stuff, because hey, cosplay stuff is 3D printing adjacent. I use my 3D printers to do cosplay stuff. So it kind of like, it'll work that way because I won't get like all my audience, but I should get enough that the algorithm can figure out where to put my video with like who to pump it to, but we'll see. It is what it is. I'm the Voron guy. Yes, but I don't want to just build, like, I'm sorry. It's been how long since a new Voron came out? I can't just build V0s forever. Can't just build V0s forever. By the way, who was that? TT. See, the problem with your name, TT, you have the same name as somebody else in a different internet community that I visit every now and then. So I see your name and I'm like, oh, TT. No, wait, that's a different TT. So what are we doing today? We're working on this guy. We're doing electronics. Shouldn't be, I don't know how far we're gonna get. The first thing we gotta do though is I gotta print something actually. Let's see here. Close you. Home, filament, change filament. We gotta print some stuff for this. Not that TT. I know he's not that TT. He's another TT. It's been so long since you caught me live. Where you been? Don't forget, every stream we give away a spool of Polymaker filament. Link in the video description. I'm feeling off today, by the way. I don't know how the stream's gonna go. I feel off today. I've been running around doing stuff all day, working on stuff. So I just feel off today. So like I'm not in my normal stream mood. I don't know if it's because I was working on a video before going live and I'm like, I feel like I was just live kind of thing. I don't know. What's the aluminum looking material in the red printer? Oh, that's Reflectex. It's insulation. You can buy it at like Home Depot. It's dirt cheap. Well, it's not dirt cheap, but it's like, it's bubble wrap with aluminum. It's good for just, if you got a printer that you need to insulate. Like I put some of it in the VZBot on the walls just to insulate it a bit better. It's just an insulating material. So I'm not freezing. It's 16.8 Celsius in here right now. Okay, first things first, we need to print something for this. I need to put one of these doodads in because we are going umbilical on here and I'm not too concerned about the umbilical right here. I'm concerned about it here. So I think I seen one on printables. So we're gonna get that going. Voron umbilical. It's one of these. I think it's this guy. Or it's this guy. I mean, I could just do this guy. I mean, any of these will work, really. Bandix. Look up the pug. Voron pug. Is this it? No, that's not it. Which one's the pug? Most popular. If you got a link, put it in the Discord. Actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna swap the filament here. If you know which one I should be using, put a link in the Discord. And if you're not on the Discord, join the Discord. It's super fun. We do lots of fun stuff there. Please remove filament from the sensor. Okay. And we're loading some ASA. I put the ASA in the hole and I hit continue. Yep. And there we go. I got shipping notifications today for stuff. I can't tell you what, but I'm super excited. Let's see here. So which is the one that just works with the current setup? So this one, dry mount for pug. No, that don't look like it. Is this it? Is this? Oh no, that goes there. No, I don't want it to go there. I linked it in the Discord general. If you're gonna link stuff in the Discord when I'm live, link it in the live stream channel. Or you can at me, that works too. What? Your link don't work. Your link don't work. There we go. A 182 files? Why is there 182 files? Jeez. I remember I have one in another machine and I don't know which one it was. Which one was it that I used? Oh wait, no, it was this guy. Tallboy has it, but Tallboy has a CNC'd one. I forgot about that. Tallboy has a CNC'd one. They included all of them. I don't need all of them. Like, and I don't need this. I have the off-the-shelf part. Voron V2.4 umbilical adapter. I just need the adapter. This will work right here. Boom. Is that the current file? Yep. Cool. This will work. Download. Easy peasy. Download. Okay. Cool. There we go. I probably should print it in we're gonna print it in purple. Why? Because oh wait, no. Do I have orange? No. We're gonna do it in orange. No. Yes. Cool. Change filament. I'm gonna print it in orange. Right? Orange. Thing is huge and I'm not talking about the printer. What are you talking about? There we go. There we go. Was filament unload successful? Yes. Okay. Now we're gonna load some ASA. There we go. Suck that in. Prusa Slicer. Yes, I know I'm on an older version of Prusa Slicer. I gotta update it, but I'm not gonna do it today. Okay, do it later. Okay, so we have structural, Prusament, ASA. It's funny, I actually had better results printing with the ASA profile than with the ABS profile, even with ABS. Settings, we'll do a full wall. It's gonna umbilical cable PG7. That'll work. Cool. Put that on its bottom. Slice now. Get that out of there. Clean that up. Close this up. Send to connect. OG Joe. Add to print queue. Oh wait, no, I gotta tell it. Yes, it is ready. The printer is ready. So now, send to connect. OG Joe. Ready and go. And there we go. Do I use poly holes? What's a poly hole? Okay. Are you gonna remove the cables connector? For off-the-shelf stuff, you need to pass the bare cable through. Pug you can place. Well, what I'm gonna do is this doesn't have a connector on it yet, really. So what I'm gonna do for now, so I don't forget, is run this through right here. Should fit. Yeah, it fits. Okay, actually it doesn't fit. I gotta push it through. Come on, there you go. I started watching Sonic 3. How the heck, like, seriously, how the heck is the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise movies, like, one of the few video game adaptations that are actually good? Can somebody explain to me how the hell they managed to take Sonic the flippin' Hedgehog and turn it into an actual tangible good video series, like movie series? I'm not the only one with that thinking. I might have borked this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take it off. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. I'm gonna have to. Okay, so what do we got here? So we got yellow green. Sonic 3 is really good. I started watching it. I just watched the first little bit of it, and I'm like, okay, I gotta actually sit down and watch this. Because I'm like, how the hell is this actually, like, this is good. Like, this is good. Like, as somebody who grew up watching crappy video game movies and has dealt with crappy video games movies their entire life, because video game movies have just been crap forever, it's like, how? It's Sonic. Passion for the source. Honestly, I think a lot of it's just Jim Carrey. Like, you just let Jim Carrey, you just give him a blank check and just go, do Jim Carrey stuff. And he just does Jim Carrey stuff. And you're like, okay, off you go. There we go. Like, seriously, how? There we go. Okay. We grew up in the Uwe Boll. I remember the Uwe Boll films. What was it? It was yellow green. Did I say yellow green? Yellow green, right? Yellow and green. I think the only one Uwe Boll movie that actually was kind of okay was the Postal movie. And the Postal movie only worked because it was a Postal movie. If anyone has played the Postal games, they don't make sense. Like, they're just insane. They're fever dreams. So I think that's like the only way his movie made sense, was the fact that it was a fever dream, because Postal is a fever dream. How's that coming along? That's printing. Okay, cool. So we got this. So I'll just put this here, and then we'll flip it over, and we'll start wiring stuff up. See how far we get. I don't want to dive into software today. I just want to get hardware stuff kind of, or wiring done today. Everyone's favorite movie, go watch Sonic. Watch Sonic. Everyone likes Sonic. He's a hedgehog. He must acquire velocity. He must acquire velocity. And also, you must acquire gamer subs. Use code Canuck, link in the video description, save 10% off your order. And if you need to glue some plastic together, buy some GLOOP. Use code Canuck and save some money too, because this is a GLOOP build. Sounds inconvenient. I mean, it's two completely different ethos. Like, I understand, like, I don't, it's funny when people like think Voron operates a certain way when it's just a bunch of nerds just designing stuff for fun in their free time. And that's literally as deep as like the reason for Voron existing lore goes is, I don't know, I didn't want to buy an Ultimaker in 2016, so I made my own. There you go, that's the Voron lore. But it's like when it comes to the bamboo stuff, it's like, you do know we fully understand that not everyone wants to build a 3D printer. Like 3D printers have gotten to the point where it's like, yes, you should be able to just buy one that works. For a while though, there was a nice overlap where you wanted a really good 3D printer, you pretty much had to buy one. But nowadays you can buy a pretty good 3D printer and you don't have to build it like you used to. Back in my day, I remember when this was all cornfields. Okay. And look, we actually have an overhead camera that's somewhat usable for this for once. Use your bamboo to print Voron parts. Trick for that, print at 60% speed. Do not print your Voron parts on a bamboo at stock speed. It prints too fast, you get crappy layer adhesion. I don't like it. Okay, let's pull up the manual for this. LDO, Voron, V2.4 manual. Needs more green. I know the Hulk cam's gone, which is gonna suck because I want to do a stream in the basement this week, probably on Tuesday, because I got the new Elegoo Saturn, and I want to do the resin stuff inside because it's a little too cold out here for it. Are you actually? Oh no, you're doing your bed leveling. But now I don't have a camera downstairs because the main camera that I use in the downstairs studio is this camera. So. How many times have I downloaded this manual? That's a good question. Also, okay, where did I put it? Because I need it for this. I need it for this part. I gotta move this one. No, not the overlay. There we go. Whoop. Also, I'm putting on the tinfoil hat for this. Okay, I am putting the tinfoil hat on for this because I'm gonna say something, and I hope I don't get in trouble, but I don't think I'll get in trouble. This is nothing. Okay, putting the tinfoil hat on. Okay, tinfoil hat on. What I'm about to say probably doesn't make sense. You know, I've been a firm believer that as somebody who's in the ecosystem, I've never been offered to be paid for a viewpoint. I've had companies offer to pay for a video. Hey, do a video, and if you say good things, we'll give you money. Those exist. Those do exist. I've been offered those. Obviously, I've always turned them down, but I have been offered those. But I've never encountered astroturfing. And I'm a firm believer that it's not really a thing. I'm starting to suspect that. Tinfoil hat. Because like I just put on the community page, on the YouTube community page, I just posted the link to Soft Fever's statement about Orca Slicer. Just because, you know, a big problem with doing a YouTube video is when you put the video out, it's out. You can't, it's a time capsule. You can't, like, yeah, I can pin a comment underneath, but nobody ever reads those. So like when new info comes out, it's nice to like put a community post out or something like, hey, new info. So I'm like, hey, here's the Soft Fever thing. And just the way some community members are reacting, it's like you don't care at all. Like this, like I understand this doesn't affect you. I fully understand people that are like, dude, I bought an A1. I don't really do 3D printing. I bought it to like print random shit. I don't care about this. And it's like, I understand that. But the people that are just straight up actively defending this behavior, that's what's got me very like tinfoil hatty. And I'm like I fully understand. I fully understand the stance that, yeah, okay, it kind of sucks what they're doing, but it doesn't really affect me at all. I really don't care. Like, I get that. It's like politics, right? I get the I don't like the current party, so I'm voting for these guys. It's not that I like these guys, it's just I don't like the current party. That's a big thing in Canadian politics, okay? You don't vote for the new company, or you don't vote for the new party, you just vote the current party out, and the other guy gets it, because we only ever get 2 parties that control stuff. I understand that. I don't fully agree with it, but I understand that. But to actively, like, blog post defending a company that, like, dude, you just bought a 3D printer from them. They don't even know who you are. Like, I don't know if it's like a sunk cost fallacy. Like, if I bought something from a company, turns out the company is doing shitty business practice, like, well, that sucks, but I'm not gonna go like it's like the gif of the leave the multi-million-dollar company alone. Like, they're a big boy company. They can defend themselves. You don't need to jump in every single comment. I've had to block so many people from the channel. By the way, if you're blocked from the channel, either the YouTube system flagged you more than once. If you get flagged, the way I do it is if I see you in the held comment section more than once, I just punt you. Or if you're just in my comments attacking people and like just just straight up like attacking people, you get punted too. I could take criticism. I could take constructive critique, but if you're just attacking for the sake of attacking, nah, bye, Felicia. So yeah, I don't really get it. I don't really get it. Like, yeah, you know, for the shill, for the people who are like, oh, you're shill, wearing a Prusa sweater. Cool. Joe, why the fuck do your printers still not come with cameras? Yes, I know it's an option, okay, but like, current year. Also, update the Mini. That thing's archaic, okay? Like, I rip on every company. Every company has room for improvement. If you think a company doesn't have room for improvement, like, every company has room for improvement. But it's different when your policies are just kind of like, just bad business. Like, yeah, okay, they don't come with cameras, but it doesn't really hurt anyone. It just, they don't come with cameras. It's not like they sold you a camera and then they updated the firmware and like, yeah, the camera only works with our app in 5 FPS now. No, there's a difference. Anyways, what's a held comment? If you post, usually it's a link. If you ever post something on a YouTube on like, I have my comment section, the filter pretty aggressive, but if you post a link, for example, in a YouTube comment, or even on a live stream, you can't even post links in a live stream, YouTube flags it. If you swear or use aggressive language, YouTube can flag it. And basically it gets put in a separate section in the comments. So it basically, you get stealth banned, or it's like, essentially it's the comments there, but nobody sees it until I approve it. But then there's also another section of the held section. So if you post like, oh, hey, this problem is fixed in this video, and you link the video, it'll just get held. And I have to approve the link because it's a link. You don't know where that link's going, right? I have to approve it. But occasionally there's a subsection of the link of the held section that's like, these comments were held for profane language and that may, you know, you may find offensive and blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, when you get that pop up, you know you got a spicy comment and you're like, ooh, let's click this and find out what it is. Because you have to like go to the section and then approve to see the comment before you can even see the comment. So yeah. So that's the spicy section. And unfortunately, half the time they end up just being a link anyways. And it's like, oh, I was hoping for some like drama or something. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing? So this is the V2.4 manual, but I don't think they have the electrical in here. So we gotta find that. Where did I close it? LDO, man, what am I doing? LDO. Wow, I can't spell today. LDO motors. Am I having a stroke? LDO motors manual. Voron V2.4. Do they have a separate wiring guide for this guy? Where is it? Get our serial. Oh, hey, check out Near 3Ds. Build notes in. Okay, LDO specific build notes. Here we go. Where is wiring guide? There we go. One of the things that's actually annoying that I'm having to do right now, I have to tell companies not to use Nero 3D anymore. It's like I'm getting a new code for a company that happens to have a printer coming out bit, and they're like, oh, here's the code, it's Nero 3D. And I'm like, no, it's not Nero 3D anymore. Can we change it? The phenomenon whereby a person is reluctant to abandon a strategy or course of action because they are invested heavily in it, even if it is clear the abandonment. Yeah, sunk cost fallacy. That's one of the things like SpaceX gets a lot of credit for, is they don't really like, they will abandon stuff at the drop of a hat if it turns out it's not working, instead of like, oh, we can make it work, we just have to do this stuff. Like, it's very not often you see companies that embrace abandoning sunk cost fallacies. My opinion, they should probably abandon their CEO right now, but that's another thing. Wiring time. Look at Boeing's space program. Yeah, Boeing's space program is a great example of sunk cost fallacy, where they just basically they tried to tank it. They're like, yeah, this is horrible, but we're just going to we'll power through it, and their ship is shit. I think this is the old one. Yeah, this is the old one. Or this is the new one. This is like the 2.4 kit. Shoot. I mean, it's close enough. I don't think it really matters. Let's see here. 1 second. I got to figure out the motors. So my motors go front to back. So this is, yeah, so this is different than mine. Which one do I have? I got the Rev C. Voron kit. Where is it? Where is it? Voron kit. I've got the Rev C kit. LDO, motors, manual, Rev C. There you go. Wiring guide Rev C. There we go. Okay. There we go. Just because the wiring is different and the layout of the components are different. There we go. So we're on this page. There we go. Eat the Romans. Yeah, I'm sorry. That is a subject. I know we don't try to avoid politics, but as somebody who is former military and whatnot, yeah, no, dog, that shit don't fly. You can't justify that shit. You cannot justify that shit. That's like the big no-no thing. You don't do that. You don't do that. What Rev? It's a Rev C. But the problem is, oh, the LTT for Gamers Nexus. You ready for my super in-depth take? I don't care yet. Here's the problem with the Gamers Nexus versus Linus Tech Tips thing. Every time a new video comes out, it makes the other party look bad. And so far, like, I flip-flopped my position several times. So I'm just gonna wait. It's like a movie, or it's like why you know how I don't watch TV shows now until they're done, because I don't want to waste my time if the ending's shit. I'm just gonna not care about the drama until it's over, and then I'll figure out what's going on. I will say, as somebody, full disclosure, that has been to Linus Media Group, okay? When I went to Linus Media Group, if you don't know what happened, earlier this year, I had the chance when I was in the Seattle area to drive up to Vancouver. I visit Pantheon, which I might be going to visit him again, and visit Linus Media Group, okay? Earlier last year, I was at Open Sauce. I ran into Tynan, Luke, and I can't remember who else from Linus Media Group. We talked for a bit. A bunch of us follow each other on Twitter and social media. Just, we're all nerds. It is what it is. And I was like, I reached out to Tynan and I'm like, hey, Tynan, I'm in the area. Can I come by and visit and maybe film a video? And he's like, yeah, sure. So I went to Linus Media Group. I never met Linus himself. But Tynan and Luke and Nick and everyone who I had a chance to talk with at Linus Media Group were stand-up people. Like my personal opinion on the people that I shook the hands of the CEO, okay, while he was eating like spaghetti. Like, I shook his hand, okay? Every single person that I had a chance to talk to, and I'm a 60,000 YouTuber Andy, okay? I'm a nobody. And they let me come in, we filmed a video, like, they let me do whatever I want, basically. There was like a few areas like, oh, just keep the camera away from this because we're working on something. I'm like, okay. Like, every single person I talked to was great, okay? As for my one interaction with Linus, years ago when I had issues with my YouTube channel, he DM'd me and he's like, if you can't get it sorted out, let me know and I'll see what I can do on my end with my YouTube contact. So like, I personally don't have anything bad about any of the Linus Media Group guys that I've interacted with, like firsthand experience. Now I'm assuming nobody's nerfed, okay? Everyone, like, I'm sure, you know, I probably have YouTube videos where I probably, you know, if I'm waiting for H Bomber to do a video on me for some stupid reason because of like a, you know, a post on the, I don't know what, the Rooster Teeth forums in like 2008 or something that I completely forget about. But like, that's the thing. Like, I'm not gonna dig up years old YouTuber drama. Who cares? Like, oh no, he's not. At a certain point, a person isn't a person, it's a business, and businesses operate like businesses. Is there drama? There's always drama. You can make drama out of anything. I mean, look what's going on with Bamboo. But like, in terms of like YouTubers beefing with each other, I really don't care. None of it really affects me. Like, I don't care about the honey shit. Every YouTuber was shilling honey back in the day. It is what it is. It is what it is. Who cares? As long as you don't get I respect Lewis for his opinion. I don't think his personality is a person I would get along with. But when it comes to certain things, I respect his opinion. On other things, I don't respect his opinion. Right? You shouldn't take everything a person says and approve of it. It's okay to agree with some people in some regards and disagree with some people in other regards. It's when the things you don't agree on actually harm and directly affect people you care about, then you can start, you know, cutting friends loose, in my opinion. But if it's like, you know, I like chocolate ice cream and you like vanilla ice cream, no, okay, that's fine, whatever, okay? But it's like, I like chocolate ice cream. Well, I say, you know, my heart goes out to you in a very, that way, okay, we're not gonna be friends no more. Like, there is nuance to the world. It's okay to disagree, but I'm a firm believer that at a certain point, depending on the topic, you need to disagree. But anyways, back to printing. Where's the front of the machine? This is the front. Let's spin this around. Like, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, actually, we got to put more of these in. That's right. So we got to put one of these across the front here. Yeah, it's a Big Tree Tech Pie. I haven't used it before. And this kit was one of the older kits that didn't come with a Raspberry Pi. And Andrew, as much as I consider you a friend, you're not getting a Raspberry Pi from me. They're my Raspberry Pis. So. So you get the Big Tree Tech Pad 5, because I had an extra. No, kitty, that's my Raspberry Pi. No, kitty, that's my Raspberry Pi. What happened to South Park? Do they still make South Park? I haven't watched South Park in forever. They don't do they're not on TV anymore. I don't watch TV. I didn't know no, it's fine. We're gonna use the Big Tree Tech Pad 5. We're fine. It's just this kit didn't come with a Raspberry Pi because this kit came out during the Raspberry Pi shortage. So it was like, find your own. Might be different for... I don't know if I need GPIO for any of this. I shouldn't need GPIO because it's just hooking in via USB. We're plugging in... it's USB. It's USB to the controller. I don't think we need GPIO. ADXL. The ADXL will be on the toolhead board. Toolhead board's ADXL. I'm just gonna use the built-in ADXL on the toolhead board. Pad, you mean the touchscreen? The touchscreen should be HDMI and USB. Is a contract dispute? That sucks. The problem is, the problem with South Park is real life has gotten way crazier than South Park. Nomi seemed to fit properly. Yeah, I got the Nomi installed. So we're good there. Got the Nomi. The Nomi. I probably could have just ran one straight, but I didn't want to because I want the wire stuff. Okay, so let's start wiring stuff up. So we've got Z0. Why use Victorytech pad when you have the BTT Pi? There isn't a pad. There's just a touchscreen in here. There's no pad. I don't think there's a pad. You didn't send me a pad. You just sent me, there's just a touchscreen in the kit. And it looks like, which one goes where? So it looks like we got, see, I don't like the way they did this, but I'm going to do it this way because this is how they did it. But why is Z3 there? See, 1, 2, 3, and that's the empty one. Okay, so we skip 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So skip 1. Oh, because this is, okay, yeah, so this is motor 0, 1, 2, 2. Yeah, I hate that. I hate when they do that. Motor 7 is empty. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So motor 3. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. I hate when boards do this. It is current year. We are able to have 8 drivers on here. Why are you doubling up a port? Like, I know why they do it. They do it because of legacy. Like, there's a lot of legacy in 3D printing that things are done the way they're done because that's how they were done, and they're just going to keep doing them that way. But think about it. I have 8 drivers here. Why do I need 2 Z motors on the same driver? Like, you need to have 9 what 3D printer needs 8 motors, but only 1 stepper motor because two of the lead screws are doubled up? Like, what? Yeah. And I always forget about it. So this one is this one, I think, yeah. Yeah, like, why would you double up? Why not just use, 2? Z1 goes here. You would just do independent drivers and either link them together via the firmware, like in the config, or you'd run them independently and do your QGL stuff, right? Like, there are ways to do it the right way. And yeah. Okay, so here. 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 There we go. I'm going to do a bunch of stuff under here, then we'll flip it and do the top stuff after the AB motors and whatnot. So in the meantime, I'll just run them in and let them droop for now because we got to do the umbilicals and everything. So this one is the A motor. A, B, skip Zs, and yeah, well, I know there's an easy way to pattern it. It's just, and it is nice that LDO gives you these little clips to differentiate. Z, 1, A, so this is A. So A is this guy, so this is the A motor. Okay. Yeah, the can will need crimping. We'll have to crimp the can stuff. the can. Because you can. Ooh, we got an actual sand disc. Ooh, fancy. Got our Big Tree Touch TFT 43. Fancy. Let's see, how does this go together? Where's the screen? I want to put the screen together right now just so I can mount it. How does the screen go together? Where's the screen? There we go. Okay. So that uses a ribbon cable, so we're going to need a ribbon cable. That is a very short ribbon cable. I only have a really short ribbon cable. I'll just get another ribbon cable later. How's it detach? Misc wiring bag. Could be one with misc wiring. Yeah, I'm looking in it. Input shaper toolkit. There's the stock tool headboard that we're not using. That. Clicky kit. Yeah, no, I don't have one. I mean, I have extra ribbon cables downstairs. I'll just grab one of those, but unless it is in one of these. Cable kit. Yep, there it is. Got it. Go. Okay, so how does this go together? I'm assuming that goes like that. Heal that. Ooh, wait. Let's get the. Ooh, fancy. Okay. Okay, so you go like that. So, which way does it go? I'm assuming it goes this way. No, it's got to go this way then. Yeah, it goes this way. There we go. That makes sense. Okay. There we go. Okay, so let's attach the ribbon cable so I don't screw it up. Okay, so it goes out. That's kind of annoying that it goes out that way, but it is what it is. Lock that in place, lock that down. We are locked. Yeah, it's like, damn it. There we go. Ah, dang it. The stupid little orange thingies. I always forget I gotta remove those. They put a silk screen over all the screw holes, so you can't when they flow it with the solder, it doesn't get filled with solder. But I always forget to remove them. You can't screw them in, and they don't like to come off easily. Turbo. 1 month away for 4 years. Jeez. I have no idea how I've been doing this long. I'll be honest, I have no idea. We're coming up on 5 years of streaming. Insane. I know it's Captain Tape, it's just annoying. Because there's like no way to really grab it. You gotta like punch a hole in it and then it rips. End of Orca and Bamboo. It's not the end of Orca and Bamboo. Orca will continuing. It's a great slicer. I feel sorry for anyone, because here's the thing that's going to annoy me. Bamboo don't give a crap, and I guarantee you they're just going to keep PRing stuff from Orca Slicer into Bamboo Studio. Like, it's sad that, I'll just say it, a company's arrogance is being detrimental to its user base now. Like, it's sad that a company's arrogance is leading to unbeneficial outcomes for its users. And I can't defend that in any way. I can't defend that in any shape, way, or form. I don't believe anyone should try and defend that. Oh, I gotta put heat sets in this. There's heat sets in this? Orca can change it. No, Orca won't do that. Orca can't. They're based on Prusa Slicer. Orca is based on Bamboo Studio, which is based on Prusa Slicer, which is based on Slick 3R, which is based on, I don't know, freaking an Abacus. It's elephants all the way down. I'm just disappointed that, you know, it is what it is. It just sucks. It doesn't benefit the users at all. Will it affect printing much to print on the floor if the floor is made of wood? No, won't affect at all. He's gone on back. Why is that? I can't speak. I can't speak on his behalf. I have no idea what's going through his head. I mean, I was really hoping that some people from the Bamboo team would have been at Smurf this year because they sponsored a booth. And nobody showed up. Like, the only trade show I know they've ever attended is like, they only show up for like the industry trade shows. They avoid like community trade shows and events like the Plague, apparently. Like, the best way to get feedback from your user base is to actually go talk to your users and find out how real people are using your machines and hear from them directly. You know what, like, because people can like harp on Prusa all you want. They still send a team out to pretty much everything that's even remotely a rep fest. Like, Prusa still sends teams out to pretty much every major rep event, or even small ones. They have a booth, they have employees show up, they answer questions, they help people. Like, that's good business. Do good business stuff, guys. This shit don't benefit anyone. Yeah, Prusa sends a team to Murph internationally to a freaking barn in Goshen, Indiana. And they send people for that. For like less than 1,000 people show up. And they send a team internationally with a setup for a booth. So, like, yes, there are plenty of valid things you can critique about Prusa. But screwing over the community is not one of their things. Or at least, I'm sure somebody will mention one thing that they probably did that probably wasn't the best in the world. But nobody's perfect. Yeah, Andrew, we don't even go to Murph. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to Murph this year. I might. We'll see. If I do go to Murph this year, it's like in-out. I might do it if I got the power armor done. Just I've never actually set up a booth at an event. So I might go and bring like a Death Racer and my power armor and set up a booth for once. But we'll see. Is there any 3D printing shows in Ontario? Not really, unfortunately. We got nothing here. 3D printing shows in Ontario don't really exist. I need a small Phillips to get at the bottom of this hole. I need a small Phillips. Are you Phillips? No, you're not Phillips. No, no. Because my LTT store precision screwdriver won't fit to the bottom of the hole. Will you fit to the bottom of the hole? Probably not. Like, how am I supposed to screw that in? Nope. You fit in the hole? Nope. Shoot, I don't have a screwdriver that'll fit to the bottom of the hole to tighten these little screws. Oh well. Figure it out later. That's a problem for future Taylor. The average dude who is not a computer whiz who owns a Bamboo care about the big tree screen, yes or no? I mean, do you like touchscreens? If you like touchscreens, you might care. If you don't like touchscreens, it probably won't affect you too much. It's one of those things, for some people, it's a complete deal breaker, what Bamboo is doing. For other people, it doesn't change a damn thing. It just depends on your workflow, how you use your printers, what software you use with your printers, and what your personal decisions are and opinions on stuff like open source hardware and community support. I can't tell you how you should feel about this because this affects everyone differently. It doesn't affect everyone the same. So it's just one of those days. On the bright side, I can put those screws in after I find them at a later date. There's enough places with walled gardens. Yep. I mean, did anyone see what's going on with all the AI bros freaking out with the new Chinese LLM or whatever that's going on? I heard about that earlier today. I gave it a hearty chuckle. Apparently there's like a new LLM out of China or something that's like open source and way more like efficient or something than like all the other models. And they're all like freaking out because it's like they're losing their golden goose. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. Which one is the display on this? I'm assuming they're both the same. One of these is the display. No, one of them is not a display. BTT Pi V2. Okay, which one's a display? Are they both displays? Okay. Camera, display. So this one's the display. Okay. Recently come out. Prusa is made in the EU. It is. Are we in 25? Prusa doesn't have a printer that comes with an enclosure by default. They do. It's called the Core 1. Also, remember, how do I word this? Okay, put it this way. Prusa makes filament. 90% of what they sell is PLA and PETG. Stuff you don't need an enclosure for. And also, like, the average print project fits on a 250 bed just fine. Large volume printers and enclosed printers are in the minority demand section. Simple as that. Now, don't get me wrong. People that want a large printer are very vocal about it. And people who enjoy enclosed printing, like me, are very vocal about it. But we are in the minority. The average person is fine with a 250 bed flinger that has no enclosure. It's perfectly fine. That's what the average printer needs to be, because that's what the average consumer uses. When you come out with products, especially if you're trying to get a large segment of the market, you focus on the largest segment of the market. The largest segment of the market is a medium-sized printer, which is like 250-ish, that's unenclosed. Like it is what it is. It's like why E3D came out with brass nozzles for the Revo with regular flow nozzles at first, because regular flow brass nozzles were the biggest demanding segment. Okay, I'm assuming I go this way. I hate these clips. I hate these clips. I hate these clips. Where is some tweezers? Bearded Bucket, or Bearded Printer, gifted a community membership. Cheers and appreciate it. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so that is that. Okay. Did you source the orange belts? They came with this kit. They were sourced by Andrew. This kit is being built for 3D GLOOP. So he sent me the kit. I'm building for him. Then I got to figure out how to get the printer to him after that, but that's a problem for future us. He found these orange belts. He got them made. The problem is these orange belts are steel. So I don't know how long they'll last. At some point, Andrew may have to replace them in the future, but until they fail, they'll look really good. And considering this printer is for like trade show booths kind of thing, I don't think it's going to get a lot of hours on it. I don't think this will be a high volume printer, essentially. What are those? Oh, those are LEDs. Okay, so back to the wiring manual. Okay. Well, he's in St. Louis, so if I go to St. Louis, I'm making a road trip of it. That's for sure. Okay, so now we got to do the connecting the inlet stuff. Okay, so let's get the mains wiring. Are you the mains wiring? No. Are you the mains wiring? You're a thermistor. You are tool head wiring. I will find uses for you in the future. Ooh, a PL08 probe. Power cables. Why are you using screws instead of GLOOP for assembling? Because GLOOP doesn't work too good on metal, surprisingly. It's one of those things. Core 1 released yet? No. This year. Soon this year. Pre-orders are out. If you want to pre-order it, I do have a Prusa affiliate link in the description. You haven't listened to any reviews because there are no reviews yet. The only videos on the Prusa Core 1 that have existed so far are just videos that are basically like first impression videos based on seeing it at trade shows. Like my video on the Prusa Core 1 was me, Mickey, we stole a Prusa Core 1 and we ran into a room at Smurf and we filmed a video on it. Yeah. There are no review videos of the Prusa Core 1 yet because it hasn't been released for review units. There are no review units out yet. Soon. Okay, what do we got here? 2 controller, 24 volt in. So that's for the controller. So which one is this guy? So we have the inlet here. And then ground, blue. I'm assuming blue is neutral and brown is live. Prusa shill for directing the affiliate link. Prusa is like the only company I actually have an affiliate link for. Seriously. All my affiliate links are just generic ones. Prusa is the only one that I actually have like a legit affiliate link for. Because they're like the only company that I pretty much have no problem endorsing their printers wholeheartedly. They may not be for everyone, obviously. No printer is for everyone. But I can't say they make a bad printer. They just might not make the best printer for everyone, depending on your needs. These are really tight, holy shit. 1 second here. Can I pop this out? Nope, that ain't coming out. There we go. Oh, wow. These are tight. Okay, let me put on the right one first. There we go. Should have did this before I frickin' installed it. You know what? Make this easier on myself. I don't even have an LDO affiliate link, but LDO doesn't really do affiliate links. I'd have to get LD, or I'd have to get AF links with all their resellers, and that's too much paperwork. Is their support good then? The only times I've had to use their support, I had good responses. And considering they do a lot of business and whatnot, I'm assuming their support is... I've heard good things about their support. Personal experience with their support has been good, and what others have told me from their experience with Prusa support have been good. So... that's a sample size of me. So, geez, these are... Jason, you got the tightest freaking connectors in the planet on these. And yes, I know Jason didn't just put this kit together himself, but he's the only one at LDO I know by name off the top of my head. I know there's the other guy, but I can't remember his name right now. Holy hell. Come on. Nope. Engage with the clip. I mean, on the bright side, you know these are going to have really good retention, but... I'm popping it out. Screw it. Okay, what the hell is going on here? These don't want to go on. What is going on here? Come on. Okay. Wow, what is going on here? Did anyone else ever have problems with these? Like, I can't get these stupid things to go on the stupid connector. What is going on here? Open the jaws a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, because I feel like I'm gonna break these. Are you supposed to pry the jaws open a bit? Flathead screwdriver. Good idea. Good idea. Because you don't want to do it too much. If you do it too much, they might break. They won't bite as much. Yeah, come on. Bloody hell. Got it. Got one. Okay, got one. Is the right one? Yeah, I did the right one. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Jeez. That was annoying. What is this? What is going on? No. I'm not explaining that. Gotta love the, can you explain to me why I should care about this? I'm like, I just did there's a 14-minute video I just put out on the subject. Watch the video. Okay. Move back in here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with me today. I feel so off compared to normal today. Don't like it. When the PMP originally came out, it took 3 days for Bamboo to respond and a week to get the problem resolved. I've heard their support is still very hit and miss. I've heard from multiple people their support is still very hit and miss. Here's the problem. If you are going to market yourself as the easy 3D printing company, you have the printer that just works. The problem is, I don't care what anyone says here, 3D printing is not a solved equation. 3D printing, it's a CNC machine. It's a CNC machine, only instead of making chips, it makes, wastes of poop. So the problem is with a 3D printer, no matter how much you expound the "it just works" mantra, it don't just work. You will still have bed adhesion issues. You will still have, stuff will go wrong often with a 3D printer. And the problem is, you're taking something that will always have problems. Prints will always warp. Filament will always jam. Your nozzle will always clog. You will never not have a printer where that happens anytime soon. But you marketed your printer as the printer that just works. So now you have a whole ecosystem. You have a whole marketplace of people that have bought your printer and they don't work all the time because stuff goes wrong. But they don't know they're complete newbies. They didn't watch, 20-something videos from Chep about how to level their bed, or what to do if your nozzle jams or clogs or filament tuning or whatever. And so what the first thing they do? They call support. Go on the Bamboo subreddit sometime. Well, not right now because it's all drama. But just go on the Bamboo subreddit and just look at the common questions that people post all the time. Every day. What's going on here? And you look and the nozzle is too close to the bed, or the print's curling. Something we all know what it is, what causes it. Your nozzle's too close to the bed, your nozzle's not close enough to the bed, or your print's curling. That just happens. You know, play with your settings. But like, nobody knows what's going on because it just works. So they went into it completely newbie and they didn't do their research. And so what the first thing they do? They call support. And the support people just get overwhelmed. So it's kind of like, it's DJ Khaled suffering from success, essentially. DJ Khaled suffering from success. Okay, so this is live. Do you need to return your P1S? No, you don't need to return your P1S. I mean, if you already have a Bamboo machine, honestly, all I would do is just take it offline and don't ever update it. And then make your own decision if you ever will buy a product from them again. I wouldn't be freaking out if you have a Bamboo machine. Like, here's the thing. The machine today still works as good as the machine yesterday did and the week before did. The only downside is you may not be able, like, if any cool things come out firmware-wise, you might not be able to get it if you don't ever upgrade. Or potentially any fixes. But luckily, with 3D printers, a lot of it, in terms of, like, making the printer better, is on slicer settings. So very rarely do you have to upgrade your printer's firmware to fix major issues. Like, a lot of the time, you just gotta, you know, play with your slicer settings to fix stuff. Unless, like, new features come out. That's the problem. Oh yeah, the LAN mode sucks. It does suck. The LAN mode sucks on They like, the camera never works great. Transfer speeds suck, which is like, why? Oh, they neutered it on purpose. That's why. Making things shitty so you use the services they can, you know, control. Don't like it. Oh, actually, no, you're ground. Ground goes there. But it is what it is. I pretty much, if anyone watched the WAN show last night, the topic of Bamboo came up, and Linus was basically like, yeah, I have a ton of their machines in my house, and I don't fully understand what's going on, but I don't think it's a good thing what they're doing. Because I know they had a bunch of Bamboo machines inside the lab at LMG, but they pretty much switched over from using them. They pretty much only use them when they need colors. For like prototyping, they use their the SLS machines, or they use the Prusas. So Voron's the equivalent of Arch Linux. No, Voron's the equivalent of like Linux Mint. Let's be honest. Arch Linux is like self-sourcing an Annex K3 or something. That's Arch Linux. Like, building a Voron is like Mint. You're playing with Linux Mint or Bazite or something. Oh, it does have long bits. The problem is, do I have a bit that will fit these guys? I don't know if I have a bit that will fit these guys, because these are really little screwdrivers. I don't know if I have any bits that'll fit that. I don't. No. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe it'll work. Find out in a second. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know where that screw went. Hopefully it didn't go in the power supply. No, that don't fit. Nope. No bueno. That sucks. That sucks. Okay. What were we working on? We got that in. We've wired this up. Now we got to do all this stuff. Fun times. The new Bamboo isn't Core XY, but does it? No. If it's not Core XY, what would it be? The only other thing would be a Delta, and I highly doubt it's a Delta. Delta isn't really a hot motion system right now. Pretty much like FL Sun are the only ones making Deltas. Pretty much. Everyone else has pretty much given up on Deltas for, I'll just say it, good reasons. Deltas are kind of, they're Deltas. To SSR signal. Okay. Where's SSR signal go? Too bad. Polar printer? I doubt it. I mean, it'd be cool, don't get me wrong. I mean, the last polar printer I saw was like a clay printer that Joel had. You want to know what kills the Delta? A Voron. Fight me on this. Flying Gantry Core XY does everything a Delta does, but better. Everything a Delta does, a Flying Gantry Core XY does, but a Flying Gantry Core XY does it better. And remember, where does bed go, guys? Where does bed go? The only pro printer Prusa makes is a Delta. Yep. The HT90. And the people that buy it really like it, apparently. You want to know another cool thing? I am not a businessman. You ever build the old G Voron with capstan and wire? The OG Voron never had capstan. You're thinking of the original switch wire. And as far as I'm aware, the only one to have actually built one in that configuration is Max. He was the only one to have built one in that configuration, as far as I'm aware. Because he realized, you know what's funny with the switch wire? It was about a 1-month development cycle to get it to capstan drive, and then another month to convert it to its current setup. And then once it was released, that was pretty much it. The switch wire probably had the shortest development cycle of any modern Voron. And it's had the least amount of updates after release. It's not a bad printer, it's just not a very commonly used printer. Okay. So that's the SSR. So we got to do the controller wires now. Which I think are some of these guys. Where do you go? Bed L. Oh, that goes up to the top there. Yeah, what's this guy? Bed that. Where are you? Oh, you're the... Yeah, here we go. 2 controller and 24 volt in. So this is this guy. How do these all connect? Are they... I guess they just do that. Okay. Speaking of switchwire owner, LOL. It is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. Not saying the switchwire is bad. Not saying that at all. I'm just saying the switchwire is what it is, and it is what it is. It has its little bubble. It does what it does. And yeah. Need to finish it. I might scrounge mine for parts. I kind of want to, with all the talk of like domestic manufacturing going on right now, the threat of tariffs, the crackhead neighbor downstairs threatening to annex my country and all that shit. I kind of want to start playing around with a printer design in my head, trying to use services like Send Cut Send and whatnot to try and optimize for manufacturing as much as possible, using as many locally sourced components as possible. And not making it all out of aluminum extrusions, but I have like a napkin sketch of something. But the problem is, it's like every time I think about it, it's like I change what I want it to be, what kind of printer I want it to be. James, thank you for becoming a member. Cheers and appreciate it. Okay, so let's see here. So we got positive, negative, positive, skip, positive. Okay. Positive, negative, positive. Okay. So switchwire hate. I won't say it's switchwire hate. I'm just saying we're realistic about the printer. It is the least built Voron outside of the Legacy. It's had the least amount of updates. It's not a bad printer. It's just not a very commonly... It's hard to justify building a switchwire. That's the problem. Most switchwires you see are ender conversions. And the problem is people are buying less enders. James, thank you for becoming a member if I didn't say that. So less people are building or buying enders. It just kind of... Enclosed Core XY is the hotness now. Enclosed Core XY is the new hotness now. It has a lot of advantages. Core XZ has a lot of advantages over a traditional core bed flinger setup, simply for the fact that you can get away with not having to have... It's cheaper. It is a cheaper motion system. You don't need to worry about a whole bunch of other stuff. It is a cheaper motion system. You don't have to worry about lead screw wobble. There are some pretty significant advantages to that motion system. Okay. The downside is it's still a pretty expensive kit. So that's why you see a lot of people convert into a switchwire, because they already have the bed from an ender and the motors from an ender and some of the aluminum extrusions from an ender. But when you're building it from scratch, like how much is a switchwire kit? Like you can almost get, you can get a K1 for the price now. Like, we don't want a Navy, we just want your Navy base. Okay, here's the thing, Montag. How do I word this in a way that I hope everyone from every educational level understands? We're all in fucking NATO already. We are allowed to use each other's bases. I have gone to train on American bases, and I've trained with Americans in Canada. We're in a defensive alliance already. We don't need to control anything because they can literally go, hey, can we use your base for a bit? And we go, cool. Yeah, that's how it works as allied nations. It's like the shit with Greenland. My brother in Christ, Greenland's part of Denmark, which is part of NATO. Well, you already have military control over it if you wanted to. You already built bases there during the Cold War and took them down because you didn't need them anymore. Like, you already have your foot there. You don't need to own it. It already falls under the freaking protection blanket. Like, I'm sorry, as somebody who follows, like, who, you know, spent years in the military and did a bunch of stuff with the military and whatnot, my head hurts so much just trying to figure out their justification for so much of this shit. Because I'm like, pardon my French, but qu'est-ce que fuck? Okay, let's flip this over, because we're going to do some above the board stuff now. Because we gotta put some stuff in. Unfettered access. It gives you all the access you need. How much more access do you need? You have 11 aircraft carriers that each carrier has more air projection than like majority of the countries on this planet. You don't need it. And if you do need it, you just use it because that's what happens with being an allied defensive nation. You don't need to have control over it because enemies can't do anything because it pretty much NATO. You attack one NATO country, you pretty much have declared war on every NATO country. You can't just go in. Well, I know you can't go in unannounced, but we're civil countries. If they need base access, you request it. Like, there are proper ways to go about all of this that don't involve whatever the hell is going on. Need another country to exploit. It's called a global economy. Also, what is there to exploit in Greenland? They have a $3 billion a year economy, and the majority of it is fishing. Also, yeah, all this talk of, oh, we deserve all this other stuff. Yeah, that's some Lebensraum shit, or Lebensraum, or whatever that one guy in Germany in the 30s, the 1930s was saying. Yeah, that's some of that shit. So, yeah. Yeah. In case you can't tell, I'm not a fan of it. So Greenland equals Austria. Same with Panama. You do know Panama is an independent country. Also, stopping U.S. ship. There are no U.S. ships. Americans, you don't even fly your own flags on your ship because you fly like Panamanian flags and shit because you're too cheap to pay the taxes for American flag ships. The planes land. Yeah, because he's not deporting Mexicans to Mexico. He's deporting non-Mexicans to Mexico, which is essentially human smuggling. When you take somebody out of a country and send them to a country they don't belong to, that's human smuggling. Maybe don't smuggle humans. People don't like being smuggled illegally. Greenland has rare minerals. Every country has rare minerals. Greenland's rare minerals under kilometers of ice. And there's no infrastructure at all to exploit them. There are easier to get at rare minerals than the stuff buried kilometers under the Greenland ice sheet. Like, if they're there and they're worth exploiting, believe me, capitalism ho, people would be already trying to exploit them. Look up icebreaker. What, icebreakers? What about icebreakers? I've been on an icebreaker. I have rare minerals. God damn it, Marie, they're minerals. They're not rocks. Oh man, every time I go to thread in a PB7 fitting, I smash the threading. It's been, yeah, oh, I know. Oh, sweet summer child. For those that were around during the first round of the Gong Show, welcome to the repeat. They say we've got problems here with 22 amino. Undocumented. If you're going to call them illegals, you're using the wrong term. They are undocumented. If I don't register my car, is it an illegal car or improperly documented car? There's a whole legal process. And at least I'm speaking off experience how Canadian law is. And for the record, I have taken Canadian law classes at the college level. They're not illegal. They're undocumented. Use the proper terming. Also, yeah, all these bad guys that are being found working jobs. just all I'm going to say on this, because I know we're probably going to touch on that point and we're going to get a lot of people not happy in chat because we're going down politics. Is any of this making your life better? Is any of this making your life better? For the record, how do I do this? How can I send this? Just to put it in perspective, here in Canada, with our absolute shitty dollar, eggs are under $4 each, or $4 for a 12 pack, which is like $2.70 US, if I'm not mistaken, or pretty close to that. So, is your life any better with the current changes? Is it making it worse? Yes. I mean, if your definition of happiness is making life worse for other people, your definition of happiness is ICE raids that accuse a U.S. military veteran of not being an American citizen and forcing him to provide paperwork to prove that he served your country. If you believe that is good, sure. But if you think your life is better, okay, let's carry on with this. Let's carry on. Where was he? Which one's the A? Or no, it's BA. Because you're looking at it, this is the B motor. Because if you look at it, it's ba like a sheep. So B in the back left. So this is the A motor. So this one goes here. Extensively mining rare minerals such as, yeah, I love whenever it's like, there's like news that like China found like, oh, they found like 50 gigabillion tons of lithium. And then like the next week later, there's news on CNN. It's like, yeah, some farmer in Idaho found the largest deposit of lithium on the planet. And it's like, yeah, that sounds about right. It's like every time the US like needs rare minerals, they just happen to find a deposit of them. The chain. I have to get the chain. Where is the chain? Where did I put the chain? The chain. Where is the chain? There is one. There is the other chain. Put these out. MOS ID? We don't have MOS IDs in Canada. Or at least I don't know what it was. Did we, like the whole MOS ID, we never use that in Canada, at least on the reserve level. Infantry, reserve, corporal. Never deployed, but I did do a bunch of cross training with Americans. on pre-deployment training, and I have done Arctic warfare training. I am Arctic warfare qualified. If you want to know how much it sucks sleeping on Arctic sea ice in February, it sucks. Where is the mount? Where did I put the mount piece? I am missing the little mount piece to attach this part. I've got the bottom mount piece, but I'm missing the top mount piece. Shoot. A crunchy. I understand that term. Okay, wokey. Who actually uses the term wokey? Like, really? Like, if we're gonna be using grade school insults, like, I'm pretty sure we had better insults in grade school. Like, let's see here. I haven't even touched the whiskey yet. It's gonna be a fun night. Documentation, no, community. GitHub, 2. What does woke mean? Well, woke is, if I'm not mistaken, it was originally like mostly used by like African Americans for like, be aware of the man kind of thing. But it's been completely taken over by the current thing, which is basically, hey, we want to say words we're not allowed to say, so we're going to use these words. Gantry. AB drive units. Now, where is front idlers, x-axis, x carriage? Where is electronics? No, not electronics. Where is Z joints, belt clip, Z chain bottom, Z chain guide, Z belt. Where is X carriage? Am I missing something? Pin. Am I missing something here? Where? AB drive units. Cable cover. Is that? No. Cable chain retainer bracket. This guy. Is that what I need? This is what I need. Yeah, I need two of these. Or I need two of these. That's what I need. I need two of these. Download. That's what I need. Okay. There we go. Okay, select this now. Political stream. Topics come. This is the problem when you stream 9 hours a week building a printer. When a topic comes up, a topic comes up. It is what it is. And I mean, like, kind of is a current event thing. There we go. Okay, so that'll print. So unfortunately, I could put the bottom in here. Get that installed. Yeah, go try and wave like Elon. Yeah. Remember when everyone thought he was cool? I thought he was cool at one point. And then, you know, the company I worked for built stuff for SpaceX and project managers had to deal with them in person. And then it's like, you start hearing the stories. You start hearing the stories. It's like, oh, Elon was in for the meeting call? How did that go? And the project manager just kind of gives you a death stare and just like starts shaking his head. It's like, dude. Okay, is this the right screw? Did I grab the right screw here? Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. So we're going to put you right about there. I don't know why the hole is so big on this plate. Any CEO? Oh, yeah. I mean, you have to have a certain mentality to be a CEO. And usually it's not a very forgiving mentality. I could have sworn I printed those orange things. I did print them. I'm so dumb. I did print those things. I got them right here. They were just under the flap. There we go. Go. Looking for stuff. I have everything in this box. And what I did was I opened the flaps like this to look for everything. And then the parts were just right there. There we go. The U.S. citizen crossing Canada is later found and doesn't have paperwork. We go through the whole legal proceedings. Usually they claim asylum or some sort of other thing, and then we go through the proper legal proceedings, and if they're found to not be valid, they get sent home, and if they are found to have a valid claim, they get to stay. That's usually how it works. I mean, there is, you do know the crime of crossing the U.S. border is a misdemeanor. At least it was last I checked. It's not actually like a massive crime to cross the border illegally. Like, did Trudeau, why did he resign? Because he's running a shit government. I'm sorry, I believe in a lot of progressive things, but if you want to run things progressive, you still have to take care of the majority of people. And while he has had a lot of progressive policies I do agree with, he has also led the country in a way that has led to a lot of deficiencies that a lot of people are suffering from. And I believe he has worn out his welcome, and now it's time for somebody else to try. And it looks like we're going to have a conservative government next time. Well, actually, no. We're going to have another prime minister for a bit, and then next election we'll probably have a conservative government. So, it is what it is. Like, I'm a firm believer, if you are running on a platform that you want to benefit people in progressive ways, you still have to run on programs that take care of the majority of people. You can't be running a progressive program or progressive government, but also run things in a way that leads to the majority of the population think you're not running a great government. Because then you do a disservice to those people that you're trying to help. Because all it is it'll just get another government in who won't take care of them. So I'm a firm believer that you should always try to do better. And you should always try to help people. But part of that is that humanity doesn't change as fast as I think we should. So you kind of have to go slowly. Because if you try to change things too fast, the system overcorrects. And usually when the system overcorrects, it leads to bad things. So you got to try and bring things along progressively in its own time. Thoughts on Carney? I don't know much about him. I kind of got a feeling he might, if he had been the leader 5 years ago, maybe things would have been different. He has more experience than PP. For those that don't know, the guy who's going to be the prime minister next, Pierre Poilievre, he's got a French name, but he's from Alberta, and all he's done his entire life is politics. He has nothing of experience outside of politics. At least Trudeau had some real world experience as a teacher, like an actual teacher teaching people. Yes, we all know what he did while he was a teacher, but he actually did stuff other than politics. I'm not a fan of career politicians, personally. But I'm also not a fan of running a government like a job, because, or like a company, because it's not a company. Because if you run a government like a company, you cut things that benefit people because there's no profit in it. Pass legal, yeah. Like, he's gonna win. Like, here's the thing. Everyone in Canada knows he's gonna be the next prime minister. He's gonna win by like a stupid mandate. It just, we know that. We know how it's gonna be. That's how it works. Canada is one of those countries where we don't vote people in. We vote people out. And there's only two parties that ever win, liberals and conservatives. So eventually a party gets in, they end up running the country for like 10 years, and then everyone just gets sick of it, and we try the other party for a bit. And guess what? After 10 years, we get sick of them and we go back to the other guys. That's just how it is up here. Nobody votes for your prime minister in Canada. For all those that like you need to vote for, no, we don't vote for our prime minister. You vote for your local member of parliament. Whatever party has the most seats in the House runs the government. And that party picks their own leader who becomes the prime minister. So you don't vote for a prime minister in Canada. That's like the easiest way right now. I'm figuring out who the bots are on Twitter, because they refer to it as voting for your prime minister. And it's like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. They're terrible as leaders. I mean, what do you got against teachers? Yeah, it's not like the US system. It's parliamentary. Hey. Use the wrong screws. These are too short. I need longer screws. Lawyers who become politicians are worse. I mean, here's the thing. Who makes a good politician? Ready? At the end of the day, ready? We're going to bring it in for a secret, and we can all agree on this. Politicians suck. All politicians suck. Every now and then you get one or two that kind of just like, yeah, they're in it to like help people. But the problem is, all the other ones don't let that happen. Nobody becomes a politician because they want to do good. Or the majority don't. I do believe there are people that do become politicians to try and help people. And unfortunately, they're the ones that usually have the most walls built in front of them to prevent that. Okay, there. Maybe I can find an answer somehow, but what display is that? It's the Big Tree Tech TFT 45, I believe. Carter? Take care, Wim. Carter, not a great president, best former president, or one of the better former presidents. The guy went and built houses with Habitat for Humanity. You can't say anything wrong about that. I mean, I've met several politicians, Canadian politicians over the years. I've met Harper. I met Layton, Jack Layton. I met the Queen of England. Layton was a good guy. Layton was a good guy. But you want to know the best part was? This was when I was in the army, and it was a government event with the Queen. That's how I met everyone at once, because they needed army guys to look good for pictures. And you want to know the best part? This is behind closed doors. You know what they do when nobody's around? They all just sit around and have a drink and shoot the shit as a group. Because at the end of the day, George Carlin said it best. It's all a party, and you're not invited. Yeah, Canadian Conservative Party is more akin to a slightly more right Democratic Party, or Democratic Party in the US. We have our own right-wing party. We have our own right-wing party, the People's Party of Canada. Last I checked, they haven't won a seat in any elections ever. Carlin would have a field day. Oh, God. You know what? Luckily, we got Bill Burr. Bill Burr's our, like, closest living Carlin analog when it comes to comedians ripping on politicians. Because they all deserve to get ripped on. Party would be called rhinos in the US. I know. I don't get that rhino term. Like, American politics is such a, it's so much pomp and circumstance and theater and show. It's like, shut up and do your job and help people. How about you do stuff that'll make things better for your population instead of like, you know, stupid culture war bullshit. Price of eggs haven't come down. Remember, eggs are still cheaper in Canada right now. Okay, let's see here. About helping people is about lining your pockets. That's the shitty thing. That's the shitty thing. Are showing up bird flu. Yeah, you guys are having it. I saw that. There's like, they're doing massive culls right now of poultry on farms. And then like, isn't the CDC or whatever being told not to report data or something? Like, isn't there like a big thing going on with all that? And it's like, on top of that, by the way, something like most of your northern states like Michigan get like a good chunk of their eggs from Canada. So what do you think's going to happen if tariffs go through to egg prices? It's like, none of that is helping people. Do stuff that helps people. Hurting other people doesn't help people. I mean, eggs and milk keep going up, but I live in Canada and our dollar sucks right now. So everything goes up. The only thing that is good about it, our dollar sucking, YouTube pays me in American. So if you help support the channel, the content I create and the things I do by becoming a channel member or gifting memberships to others, or even just doing a super chat, your dollar goes even further. So for you die-hard Americans in chat, you want to flex your superior American wealth, super chat or gift a membership, because that like $5 American, that's like a quarter of my mortgage now. So like, if you want to flex, here's your chance to flex, you rich Americans, with your fancy American dollar. You guys say you're the best in the world. Well, show me the money. I'm sorry, that. Sorry, I'm broke. Me too, kid. Me too. $3 to buy me a dozen eggs. You know what's funny, Richard? I'll have change. I'll have change, I believe. Let me pull it up here. Google. What was it? It's $3. I was at Walmart yesterday. $3.93. $3.93 CAD to USD. So a dozen eggs in Canada right now at my local Walmart is $2.74 US. So for you Americans about egg prices, in Canada, eggs are $2.74 Canadian. Steve Alpha gifted a community membership. Cheers and appreciated. Andrew, $10. Here's a mortgage payment. Awesome. If only. I know, if only. Show me an honest politician. There's a few that I kind of... I've heard good things about AOC. Like, the fact that she actually talks like a human is kind of nice to see in politics. Let's be honest, the majority of politicians don't speak like humans. So it's actually nice to see somebody speaking like a human. Don't agree with her on all her things, but I'm a firm believer we need more politicians like that instead of crotchety old white dudes. Let's be honest. We need more younger people in politics. Both parties. I'm a firm believer that you don't want any dominant party controlling everything. I want both parties having younger people. Holy shit, get the old people out. At least in Canada, we don't really have that problem. Most of our politicians are middle-aged, like they're 40s and 50s and early 60s for the most part. So at least we got that going for us, which is nice. Same with the Europeans. McConnell's still alive. Did Turtlehead finally croak yet, or is he still kicking? There's an AOC in Canada? Not really. I've met my local member of parliament a couple times. I ran into him getting freaking breakfast one day at a coffee, or at a thing. I had a little chat with him, but nothing major. It was like, hey, what's up? Okay. Don't screw things up too bad for us. He's like, okay, I'll try. Like, good. He's alive still. I mean, I guess the Turtle Club must have a really good membership. This two-party system. The problem is two-party works unless you do first past the post. So unless you also bring up a first past the post system, you're pretty much always going to have two-party, because that's the problem we have in Canada. Here in Canada, we have multiple parties. We have Republicans. We got the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, which is they're a party that preaches for Quebec sovereignty, and they only run in Quebec, but they're probably going to be the second largest party in our government soon. And then you got the Green Party, which usually gets 1 or 2 seats. The problem is it's only ever Conservatives or Liberals. For a while, the Conservatives were kind of screwed because there were 2 Conservative parties, so they always ended up splitting their vote. And then and what was it, the 90s, during the Unite the Right thing or whatever, where they merged into one party and then they became more dominant. So the problem we're having now is you got 2 left-leaning parties, because the Liberals used to be centrists. The Liberals used to be a centrist party for the most part. But the problem is they've moved more to the left, and then the NDP have moved even more to the left. Whereas if you go on the right, you pretty much only have the Conservatives, because no one with a real brain votes for the PPC party. Because why would you vote for a party that you know will never have any power? You're pretty much wasting your vote. I would vote for the party. Me personally, I'd rather vote for a party that I know will at least have some power in government than a party that will never have power in government. Because at least I would have some form of representation. I may not agree with everything, but at least I have some representation for my area. But that's how I view things. The best part of a free country, you're free to view things however you want to. Let's get these out. What's going on? Oh, these are stuck. Come on. Needs to be centrist too, but veered way left. I don't think they veered way left. I think you think they moved way left because the right has moved so much right. If anything, your Democratic Party has moved right. That's what I think cost them the last election. They were trying too much to go after conservative votes, and the problem is conservative votes aren't going to go left. You have to appeal to your base and get new people. You're not going to be able to change people's opinions that easily. Some people just will not change their opinion. So why are you wasting time? It's better to go for fresh and confirm your base. Like, personally, between us, Kamala ran a shit campaign. But it is what it is. Yeah. Trying to shove wires through these. There we go. Okay. Media is hard, right? Last I checked, or last I heard, pretty much every large news organization, even CNN, is owned by somebody who's right-leaning. I mean, the problem is mainstream media is pretty much done, except for like things like Associated Press and like true neutral standings, because it's all about ratings now. Who cares about the news? Let's just talk about stuff to get ratings. And the problem with internet news is it's too easily compromised. It's too easy to push narratives on social media with bots and burner accounts and whatnot. So the problem is, who actually can you trust for news nowadays? You can't trust news sites because it's all being pushed by views and ad revenue. And you can't trust social media because freaking half of Twitter is bots, more than half. So what do? You shut up and build 3D printers. You shut up and build 3D printers. Let's build 3D printers. It's all going to come tumbling down. Just think, the stock market has never been this high for this long. We are due for a major crash. So buckle up, buccos. Build 3D printers. And make sure you got the catalog bookmarked. Okay, let's not attack people in the audience, please. Let's not. Like, here's the thing. I'm a firm believer it's okay to talk about politics in a general setting, but don't attack people. Don't attack people. Don't, like, notice how I'm not bringing up anyone here. Like, we're trying to keep things kind of, we're trying to talk about subjects neutrally. Because let's be honest, it's like somebody who's religious talking with somebody who's not religious. You're not going to get them to flip their opinion in a conversation on the internet. So there's really... Somebody bring up something else you want me to talk about so we can change topics. You want me to start bitching about bamboo again? Can I go back to this bitching about bamboo? Is that clipper screen mount the one that compensates for clicky clack doors? I don't know. Let me see. I believe so. Because the clicky clack door is flush with the bottom. So I believe so, because I think it's the same as this one almost. It's whatever the this doesn't have a clicky clack door, so. TMC's 226 any good? I believe so. Here's the thing, I don't think there's really any bad TMC drivers. Am I doing tip forming with the box turtle? I don't know which printer I'm putting the box turtle on yet, so I don't know. I don't know which printer I'm putting the box turtle on yet. So I don't know how I'm doing tips yet. Simple as that. Oh, come on. Do I need 4 spool filament dryers? I do not. I own a couple filament dryers. I own enough filament dryers to dry 4 spools, but not in the same dryer. Or actually, that is a lie. I have a 4 filament spool dryer. It's called my food dehydrator with a Home Depot bucket. Do I use the beacon sensor at all? Yeah, I have one in the VZBot. It works just fine. Add a tool head cutter, please, for sanity. Okie dokie. I'll be honest, part of me just wants to build the turtle box, the box turtle, and just use it for filament rollover. Because you want to know the problem with multi-material? This is my problem with single nozzle multi-material. I own a Prusa XL, which is better than any single nozzle multi-material setup out there. Like, the only time I will be printing multicolor with the box turtle is pretty much if I'm printing ABS multicolor. Because if I'm not doing ABS, I'm doing it on the Prusa XL, which is better at multi-material than a single nozzle setup. It is. It is. You can't argue that. The best multi-material solution is tool changers. The only time it's not is when you can't afford it. I'm sorry to say, but the only time a tool changer is not better than a single nozzle setup for multi-material printing is if you can't afford it. It is what it is. There we go. I will print some little clips to hold this. Actually, I don't think I need to print clips. I have some stuff I can wedge in there, I think. I do. Yeah. I assume tool changers are just way more expensive. They are, because you need to have, every tool changer needs a new tool head. So whatever the cost to build, like think about it, if you're building a stealth changer, you need the cost of the Voron, plus the additional cost of each additional tool head, plus the additional cost of the hardware for the locking mechanisms and everything. So, you know, a Prusa XL, it's $2,500. It is what it is. It do be how it do, though. It do be how it do, though. Are there alternate V0X carriages that don't rely on the maker beam rectangular nuts? Maybe. I haven't really looked into it, though. Every V0 I have is pretty much a near stock build for the most part. I don't really do non-standard stuff, or I haven't for a while. I'm starting to do more. Obviously, we got the takeoff tool head on there. There we go. There we go. That looks so damn good. Like, this looks so damn good. Look at that. Clean. Clean. I'm still not putting the bed on. I'm refusing to put the bed on yet. It's heavy. Okay, flip this back over. What time are we at anyways? 9:13 or 10:13. Jeez. Oh my God. It's getting heavy. Getting heavy quick. You know what time it is though for? You know what time it's for? Bear. Oh no, I'm out. I'm out. Oop, that'll do. I've got this much left. So, shot. That's nothing. There's nothing in here. There's like... Cheers. Okay, back to wiring. Smoke them if you got them. Okay, so now I can't remember which one was which, so we'll just kind of... If I gotta flip them, I'll flip them. Okay, so this is gonna go there. That's the umbilical, so that's CAN bus. So which one is the CAN bus port on here? So we're gonna have to get power. So at some point I'm gonna have to shorten this. So let's see here. So where is the BTT? What board is this? What board is this? This is the Octopus. Which version of the Octopus? I think it's just a regular octopus. Okay, so where is the CAN bus connector on an octopus? Where is the CAN bus connector? Hey, Steve. It's in the corner. Supports CAN bus using an R. Wait, is CAN bus on this only through the... It's the RJ connector on the end? This guy? There isn't a plug for the JST? I thought there was a JST connector on this. Pro 1.1 does. Oh shit. Okay, so how do I connect this then? What's the easiest way to connect it then? Does the Pi V2? No, you can use JST as well, can you? All right, where is it? It's a birthday? Whose birthday? Everyone say happy birthday, John. It's John's birthday. Everyone say happy birthday to John. Yeah, I'm trying to find, where's the pinout? Where's the breakout of this board? Okay, so where is it on here? It's one of these guys, right? There's that. I use BTT U2C. Yeah, but I'm trying not to. I'm trying to use the... That's probe. Okay, wait, no. That's the fans. Stall guard, power. You'll DM me? Okay. I'm just trying... Normally there's like a big breakout, right? Like... CAN... Is this it here? No, that's PT1000. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, what's going on? Yeah, but usually there's like a breakout for JST. RJ. Dang it, I could have sworn there was an easy way to do this. Dang it, I don't think... Did this come with a breakout board for it? I don't think it did. I mean, I have a board somewhere for connecting CAN bus. I'm just trying not to use it because it's kind of dumb. I'm gonna have to figure that out, aren't I? So I need an RJ11. So that's just Ethernet, right? That's like an Ethernet cable, right? Does the Big Tree Tech Pi 2 have CAN bus? Does this have CAN bus? Phone? It's a phone jack. Phone? I don't even own a home phone. I don't even have a home phone. Solder connect to their bottom board. I mean, I could do that. I would just need to figure it out, but I won't do that on stream. I'll figure it out off stream. I could have sworn, I guess it's a different version of the octopus that has it. Because this one, I just plugged it right in. But this has an Octopus Pro. Yeah. This has an Octopus, or no, this is a Manta. Oh, that's a Manta, that's why. That's a Manta. Yeah. Yeah, the MAP. Yeah. This doesn't have it. Shoot. Okay, I'll figure it out later. We'll figure that out later. We'll skip this for now. So that's that. So I think I can start kind of policing the cables though on this. So I think we can start policing cables on here. So let's get these cables nice and organized. So we'll get these all nice and pretty. Sends over an RJ45 crimp kit. Yeah, we'll get this looking all pretty now, and then we'll call it. Wait, the Big Tree Tech Pi. Okay, let's 1 second here. Big Tree Tech, BTT Pi V2. Because if the Pi V2 has it, can. I don't see can. Unless it's in the image. CSI, Bluetooth. It needs a daughter board. Ah, dang it. HDMI, blah, 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 Bluetooth, PCI Express. Yeah. Wait, let's see here. 40 pin, SPI, EMC. Yeah, see, I don't... The fact that I could just plug 24 into this will be nice. Yeah, I don't see can. Yeah, I don't see can. Oh, well. Yeah, it's an Octopus 1.0. I mean, I have an Octopus Pro downstairs. I could swap it for an Octopus Pro. I know it's a phone jack. I know it's a phone jack. Problem is, I don't have any phone cables. Yeah. Oh well, is what it is. Is what it is. Let's put this together. Let's start putting cover plates on stuff. Make it look pretty. Walmart tomorrow. What are we missing? The toolhead board you sent me is CAN bus. This controller doesn't have CAN bus easily. So we're gonna have to figure out how to get this talking. It has CAN bus, but it's through an RJ11 jack. So yeah, the same. Oh, I think yeah, it'd be the same issue. So I'm not. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I think I have a board downstairs, like one of those breakout boards downstairs. I could pull out of another printer I'm not using, maybe. So I'm not super concerned, but it is a thing. So, okay, let's make this work. Let's make this not look like ass. So let's go there. Let's make this look pretty. Let's make this look pretty. So. By making it not look like ass, we're just going to shove all the cables in every wrench we can find, because you can't blame the mess if you can't find the mess. If you can't see the mess don't exist. Right? Right? Hillary saying you don't have the same old phone cable lying around in junk drawer. No, because when we bought our house, we got rid of all the phones. Like, I'll be honest, I don't even think we have a phone plug in my house. I think we have one like landline connector in the wall in our kitchen, and that's it. Everything else I like covered when we did some remodeling or like refreshing of the house when a couple of years ago, because we don't use phones. Like, we have cell phones. Why would I need a landline? And my internet is fiber. So no, I don't have a landline in my house. We just don't have it. Oh, try not to rip the stupid cable. Okay. Now, where do you go? You are the A and B motors. So... I'm gonna have to run to Walmart and buy a freaking cable. God dang it, I forgot about this guy. 1 second. Underneath you. Okay, so this guy, obviously I can't do anything with this guy yet. I do also need power for this, so we'll do that right now. So let's steal a cable from this bundle that I'm not using, because these are like breakout cables. Part fan. What are you for? You're the LED stuff. Hot end. Power cable. Has to be a phone jack outside of the house for fire. Outside of the house for fire safety? Interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense. But that's not something I've ever... Huh. I mean, now that you mention it, that does make sense, but that's not anything I've ever encountered in my life. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a cable, I think. I don't think any of these are long enough. Where did I put that bundle of cables? Right here. Are any of these big cables, or are these all... Yeah, these are all... I don't know which one's which. Okay. So I'm gonna have to make a 5-volt power cable for this guy, because none of these little bits of cable I have here are long enough, and I don't trust... In the box, left, nothing in the box. So I'm gonna have to make a power cable for the Pi. Don't think I have something in here. Maybe. What do we got here? Oh, those are 2510 fans. Oh, shit. I will make use of those at some point. What's in this box? Oh shit, this is all the... Oh, dang. Forgot about all this stuff. What do we got in here? Oh, this is all the leftovers from the thing. Oh, that's shit. That's a Raspberry Pi CM4. Shoot, don't lose that. I'm going to use that on something. Okay, well, found a Raspberry Pi. It's always good. Power cable. I'm just trying to find... I want to build this now so I can forget about it. There we go. This might work. This might be long enough. Let's see. No, not long enough. I'm gonna have to make a new cable. These aren't long enough. Yeah, I'll have to make a new cable. I will have to make a new cable. Because none of the random cables that I have that are 2 cables are not long enough. So, let's see Discord. Let's check Discord. Okay. This is a different Pi. See, mine has an RJ jack here. Okay. It's not a 1.1, it's a 1.0. Yeah, it's RJ only. So, you can buy cables for it? Really? Did you use your dog to take the picture? There's also SPI to CAN for the Pi 2. So I could use the Pi 2. That seems pretty funky though. I mean, I'm hoping I can just plug something in, right? Configuring overlays, open that. Okay, but where is the... For example, if you need to use a DSI screen, SPI to CAN and I2C. See, this... I think I'm just going to go with the plug-in method. Because I really don't want to be faffing about with, like, running into a potential may not work situation. Where can you buy this at? What would it be? RJ... What is it? RJ11 to CAN? Amazon. RJ11 CAN bus. Hey. I mean, that's just phone cable. I mean... We'll figure it out later. We'll figure it out later. Figure it out later. As breakouts. I know they have breakouts. I don't really have a lot of room here for a breakout. I mean, I can always shift this. Like, I can move that, move this. It doesn't really want to move, but I can move these. But, man, it would be really nice if I could just... I mean, I could just solder on 2 wires. RJ11 to X... I mean, you could just solder on to the bottom if I really need to. Okay, I gotta cut all these. we go. Future Taylor problems. Exactly. Exactly. And I am not Future Taylor yet, so we can just ignore it and deal with it later. Man, that Future Taylor guy is an asshole. Just constantly leaving problems for me to fix. Yes, I know I don't have the bed installed. We're going to do that next time. Okay, but remember, it's got to be Amazon Canada, because everyone always links me stuff and they're like, here, I found it. And it's like Amazon US, and it's like, I'm not paying $50. Yeah. Yeah. $5 versus $50. Go Canada. That's why we can't have nice things. Got him paid in USD. I mean, getting paid in USD. As of right now, I've made enough this stream to cover a McDonald's trip for the family. So you don't want to know how expensive McDonald's is in Canada. How is Baldur's Gate going? Oh, geez, I played the crap out of it. I've got like a couple hundred hours in the game. By the way, feedback. Is anyone here watching the Twitch streams? Is anyone here watching the Twitch streams? What are you guys thinking about them? If you are you liking the content and everything? We're currently playing through Armored Core 6 on Twitch. And going forward, I kind of want to do 2 game streams a week on the Twitch. Also, I think I'm going to use those streams as kind of a chance to do my ranting to try and keep that stuff off this stream. But I think I want to do them on Monday and either Wednesday or Thursday. No? Aw, Steve doesn't like it. Shows ads like every 30 seconds. The way Twitch works is you have to watch the ad play, and then after it doesn't bug you for ads for a bit. I can't change it, or I'm gonna look. I haven't touched any ad settings. Like, I haven't turned them on, turned them off. It's whatever defaults are. I'm gonna figure out if I can turn them down, because I think it does suck. But Twitch, like, the only way to get around ads on Twitch is to be subscribed to the channel. That's how it works with Twitch. You watching the VODs on YouTube? Okay. Twitch is terrible for casual viewers. It's horrible for browsing. That's one of the reasons I don't like in case you haven't noticed, I don't play ads on my stream at all. Like, I'm missing out on money, but I do it on purpose because I want you to have a better viewing experience. Like, I can hit a button right now that'll play an ad. Watch. Some of you got an ad right there. If you didn't, you're lucky. But like, normally it pushes ads. And it bugs me. Literally, the entire stream, I have a little pop-up in my YouTube window going, hey, play an ad, you'll make money. And I'm like, I don't want to. Because, like, I'd rather have the better experience. I'd rather make the money passively and not have a shitty experience. You got Uber Eats? Nice. Christopher gifted 5 community memberships. Cheers and appreciated. Nebulous gifted a community membership. Cheers and appreciate it. But that's like one of the things, like, as long as it's, you know, enough's coming in from super chats and memberships and whatnot, I won't run ads. But if it ever gets to the point where I have to run ads to make up for that, it is a job. It is what it is. I try to avoid it as much as possible. You guys know me. I don't do ad reads. I try to keep things as free and open as possible. I don't gatekeep content. If you're a channel member, you get videos early, and we do 1 stream a month where it's members only. That's what I try to do. I try to keep it as open and friendly as possible. If you're watching the VODs, you're getting hit with ads. The VOD people, you get ads. It is what it is. But when you're live, I hate ads when you're live. At least on YouTube, you can pause a live stream and catch up, at least. Twitch, you can't. But Twitch, it's just not a good platform for this kind of stuff. I don't like it. Durbun gifted 5 community memberships. Cheers and appreciated. Thank you. Remember, for you Americans, you can flex your superior country because your money goes further because I'm Canadian and our dollar sucks. So your donations are extra special. 3 meals at Hardee's is 47. What's a Hardee's? Is it a burger place? I think it's a burger place. Do you still get paid if you're YouTube Premium? Yep. I actually make more. Let me check the numbers here, because I won't give you the numbers. We're pretty much done for the build for today. So let's do some after dark yapping here. Let's check the numbers here. So let's pull up a recent video that I actually did make some ad revenue on. So let's pull up the last week's video, the bamboo video. So I won't give you exact numbers, but on the YouTube video, my most recent video, let's see here. Wait, does that show it? Okay. Okay, so on the recent video, the bamboo video, of all the ad revenue I made, 82% of it was from watch page ads. And 18% of it was through YouTube Premium. Okay, so YouTube Premium brought in less money than watch ads, but brought in more money per viewer than watch ads. Okay, so you make, as a YouTuber, I make more money off of the ad revenue, but I make more per viewer off of the premium. So if you have YouTube Premium, you watching my video makes me more money than a random dude watching my video who got an ad, which works out really good for my channel because a lot of people who watch my channel happen to have YouTube Premium. So as long, like, it's like, you know, having the memberships. The fact that I have a lot of memberships because people are nice and gift memberships and become channel members and whatnot, that is essentially guaranteed income as a YouTuber, which is something you want, because like otherwise I'm at the mercy of ads on videos. So if a video doesn't do good, it doesn't do good. But if I have a couple hundred people that have recurring memberships per month, that's just guaranteed revenue. I can always, I'm always guaranteed that revenue source with YouTube. That's why, like, when YouTube allowed gifted membership was a massive boom for my channel. And a lot of other people, because if you're gonna gift to the channel, I'd rather you gift memberships. Yes, they are non-renewable. So if you give somebody a membership and the month is up, it's over, but at least they get something out of it. When you super chat, I read your message, but that's it. Like, if you super chat me $25 or you gift 5 community memberships, I get the same amount. You give the same amount. But 5 people get to become channel members. They get videos early for a month, and if they get to hang out for the monthly member stream. So that helps more people, and I'm a big fan of doing things that help people. So I prefer that method. Or you can buy a shirt. Go buy a shirt. Go buy some GLOOP. Go buy some GLOOP. There, use the code 15% off GLOOP with code Canuck. Or buy some gamer subs and save 10% with code Canuck. Go get some juice with a waifu on it. I just got one of my Boxster working at set. I'm wondering where my kit is. I need to reach out to Jason, because apparently the LDO kits for like reviewers and whatnot were sent to Fabrico, and then they were supposed to be distributed from there. But something happened with me getting my kit up here in Canada. So I gotta go hunting for that. And then also Maker Forge wants me to do their tool changer. So I got to reply to that email and sort those deals out. So I might be doing that at build in the next little bit. So. Snow in Florida kept you from getting on time. You call that snow? You call that snow? I was there, Gandalf. No, they actually, if you are not set up for snow and you get snow, you'd be surprised at how much it screws everything up. If you are not set up for snow and you get snow and like you don't have the infrastructure to deal with it, it is actually pretty bad. It screws it, like it impacts you quite a bit. Let's not like mince words about it. I mean, to be fair, we actually like, we've had a pretty cold week. Like it was dropping down to like negative 20 Celsius at night. But we actually didn't get a lot of snow this year. We did not get, we haven't gotten a lot of snow. We have snow on the ground, but like I was able to take the little guy tobogganing once so far this year. That's it. That is it. Who DM'd me? Who DM'd me? Oh, Picture Tech. You'll jinx it? I want snow. I want snow. I don't want to have, like, here's the thing. If it's gonna be cold, I want snow. Nothing is worse than it being like cold, overcast, and just no snow. It sucks. If it's gonna be cold, give me snow. Builds items for Starlink and made the heat reflectors for the James Webb Telescope. Ooh, nice. I can flex this because every time I you know. So it is fun to, you know, pull this out every now and then. This is the tool plaque. Focus on it. Focus. Or I'll do it on the overhead. This is the mold plaque for the first generation rectangular Starlink. Focus. Focus on my hand. Come on. Cameras don't want to focus today. Come on, focus. Why aren't you focusing? Focus. You want what you're gonna get? Manual focus. There, take it. You're gonna make me manual focus? There you go. SpaceX. There you go. Mold plaque by Cybridge Technologies, company I used to work for. Property of Space Exploration Technologies. Yeah. If you have a Starlink terminal and it's the first generation of the rectangular ones, I built the mold for it. So when I go, yeah, I worked with people that had to deal with Elon, and he's a dick. I'm like, yeah, the first point reference. Honestly, the fact that he faked playing Path of Exile, that just right there, just like the fact that he plays with a boosted account and tries to claim he's like top in the world and doesn't know how the maps work. Ooh, that's some schadenfreude. I'm assuming I can't order the adapter for you. I mean, I try to avoid giving my address out. I don't have the PO box anymore. If you can find a link for it cheap in Canada, just link it to me. I mean, like, I'll just go, well, I'll be at Walmart or something and I'll just buy a freaking phone cable and I'll cut it up, or I'll go digging in like the crawl space under the house and just cut a cable up. I'm sure I can find an RJ cable. Like, here, give me 2 seconds. Watch, I'm gonna go walk somewhere in my house and find an RJ cable. Let's go under my stairs. What is under here? What is in here? Who has a cable? Oh, here we go. What are you for? Cool. That's a cable. There we go. Cable. Actually, this might be Ethernet. This might be Ethernet. Actually, I have no idea. What are you? No, this is Ethernet. I ripped a random cable out of the wall of my basement, and I think it's Ethernet. Yeah, this is Ethernet. One second, let me go digging some more. Let me go digging some more. What do we got under here? What do we got? What are you? What are you? What do we got? Nope, you're that. What are you? Oh, you're all that. Oh, there is no RJ cable. Wow, that's a big old battery. That's an ancient battery. RJ cable. Are you an RJ cable? No. Really? I could have sworn I had one. Huh. Oh, well, I guess I actually do have to go look for one. Okay. Yeah, I guess I do have to go look for one. Yeah. Okay. When we got our house, it had a like built-in security system. You know how every house like in the late 90s, early 2000s had like a really shitty home security system? Our house has one. It hasn't been hooked up in forever. So I literally just went downstairs and just ripped a random cable out because it looked like it. It's Ethernet. But I also have this big honky battery, which I think is dead. Tech Power, sealed, non-spillable, constant voltage charge. It's got 180 millivolts in it. Wow. I mean, it's reading 180 millivolts without being plugged in. Yeah, I think it's dead. Its battery dead. Do not short circuit. Recharge after use. Do not short circuit. Recharge after use. I'm pretty sure the battery is dead. Put a load on it. That's what she said. I know RJ11 is smaller than RJ45. I just grabbed the first cable that looked like it hanging out of the basement, out of the box. I'll find an RJ cable and we'll just chop it up and make it work. No biggie. No biggie. Actually, no, there wouldn't be one in there. Wouldn't be one in there. Oh, for chat. Okay. You has doggo and pew pews. Better work than old sex system. Like I said, talk to your neighbors. Oh, dude, I'll just go to Walmart. Like, I'm sure I can find a phone cable somewhere in my house. Or if not, I'll just go to Walmart and buy a cheap phone cable. Like, it is what it is. We'll make it work. Or I'll just solder 2 wires on the bottom. We'll make it work. It's not... This isn't a massive conundrum. This is just a, I'll deal with it tomorrow kind of problem. I mean, oh wait, no, this is Ethernet. Talk to my neighbor. They might have one, but it's I'm not gonna go bug my neighbor over that. Screw blocks on its yeah, like I was hoping it was JST, but the Mantas are JST connectors. Okay, let's see. Is there any last topics? You know what's funny? I pulled up the viewership graph. Viewership went up when I was doing the political ranting earlier. The viewership actually went up when we got on the politics topic. I know a lot of people hate it. And honestly, sorry guys, I'm using it just as a chance to vent because I'm a terminally online person, and this is like the only time I get to talk to people. So I'm just using it as a minor excuse to vent. But the viewership actually went up. remember, end of the day, just be nice to people. If this doesn't affect you directly, if something doesn't affect you directly and all it does is just hurt people, don't be for it. Nothing good comes out of hoping others suffer. Just like, yeah, who cares if the guy working at the freaking grocery store isn't here, you know, legally or whatever? Who cares? Immigrants, like illegal immigrants, you know, they're undocumented, they're not illegal immigrants, whatever. It's a whole legal thing anyways. Per person, they cause less crime than citizens. So, I mean, if you're here illegally, odds are you're trying not to cause a scene. Like, just like, don't mess with people just trying to live a life. Also, most of them are paying taxes on their income. When they buy stuff, they're paying goods and services taxes and whatnot. So they're paying into the system and they're not getting the benefits. So if anything, they're contributing more than some people. They're contributing more than CEOs. So, and yes, don't get me wrong. The ones that do crime deserve to be punished, just like everyone who commits crimes. But like if a dude just wants a better life for themselves and they're just, you know, they're picking vegetables, it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you. Just, who cares? Don't like, just like, there's bigger problems in the world. Don't let people distract you from class warfare with culture warfare, right? There are much worse people taking way more advantage of people than a guy who, you know, hopped across the border to make some money for his family. Simple as that. Just be nice to people. Now watch me hit this line drive. God, you know what sucks? I miss Bush. I miss Bush. He was funny. He may have been a freaking war criminal, but you know what? He was funny. It's politics. It's always a dog and pony show. It's all freaking a pony show. Although lately it's become a clown show. The vast majority. I mean, if you're in North America and you're not native, you are an immigrant. It is what it is. He's a total doofus. From my understanding, he seems like, from my understanding, he actually, like, people, I guess he did a thing for a while where he would just like go to airports and meet soldiers coming back from like Afghanistan and Iraq. And like he would have beers with random people and like people are like, yeah, like the thing is, a lot of people need to understand people are different when they're working and they're not working. A guy can be a total dick at work, but on his off hours can be a great guy. Like, it is what it is. Like, imagine if Trump had become like a diva. Like, you know, I seen somebody post about it on Twitter. If Trump had taken a different career path and just went flamboyantly gay and called out people's like outfits on like the red carpet and whatnot, with his current, like the way he talks and whatnot, he would be killing it and everyone would love him. But instead he went the route he went. Yeah, Michelle, like, apparently, what is it, Bush likes hanging out with Michelle Obama because she always keeps, like, snacks in her purse or something. You get political scam card, I use my Arab accent, hangs up pretty quick. Used to get that people couldn't reconcile my work persona. Yeah, there's like a difference between, like, here's the thing, as long as your work persona doesn't hurt people. Like, I am different on, like, if you've met me in person, I'm different on camera than I am in person. I put on a show. This isn't really who I am. But everyone who is in front of a camera doesn't act like they normally do. Like, people carry themselves differently in camera. People carry themselves differently at work. People speak differently when they're at work. I used to work in a call center. I had a call center voice for a while. And then I met and worked in a tool shop for years after that. And my vocabulary got very colorful. Like it is what it is. Like everyone acts differently in different situations. It is what it is. Our dollar ain't shit. I mean, I'm Canadian. Our dollar's sucking right now. Poverty slave gifted a community membership. I mean, if you gifted a community membership, at least you're not that much of a poverty slave. I could not do that. You want to know what's worse than working in a call center? I was an insurance broker at a call center. I used to do home and automotive insurance for a living. That was my job for like 3 or 4 years. I was an insurance broker in a call center. Yeah. Yeah. You guys want to do a giveaway? Let's do a giveaway. Let's do a giveaway. If you have not entered, I'll give you like 2 minutes. So you got 2 minutes to enter. Were you contacting about their extended warranty? No, that's not actually a thing in Canada, luckily. I worked for a company that had the contract to do Costco and President's Choice Insurance in Canada. So people would call in and be like, hey, I'm a Costco member or I'm a President's Choice member and I want to get home insurance. Can you quote me? And I would do the quotes and sell the policies and set up the policies and whatnot. I also did a little bit of customer service too. So like when people called in for claims. Best claim I ever had to deal with in terms of just like sheer ridiculousness. Lady calls me in. She's like, hey, I need to speak to your claims department. I'm like, oh, they're on lunch right now, but I can take your information now and we'll get the ball rolling, okay? And she's like, cool. I was driving down the highway, my roof caved in. And I'm like, okay, are you still on the road? Like, first thing you do, are you still on the road? Are you pulled over? Is everyone okay? Like, you first make sure everyone is safe, right? And because you would be surprised. I've had people call in, like, I had an accident. It's like, okay, so where are you? And she's like, I'm still on the road. It's like, no, pull over. You hit somebody, pull over. Don't just keep driving and call you. No, pull over. But anyways, you'd be surprised. People panic. Anyways, so lady calls in. She's like, it's like a 98 Sunfire or something. This is back in like 2010 or 11 or 12, like around those years. So it's like over 10 years ago. So she calls in and she's like, my roof collapsed. And I'm like, okay, what happened? She's like, I was driving down the highway. I was taking an off ramp, slowing down, and my roof collapsed. And I'm like, are you okay? She's like, yeah. Like, it bumped my head, but it didn't hurt. Like, I don't have a bruise or anything. So, like, I immediately have to file it just in case she calls back in like a week with like neck pains or something, right? Like, everything's recorded. So again, be very careful when you're talking to insurance companies. Everything's recorded and they will use everything they can against you. So anyways, guess why her roof collapsed? She's driving down the road. She's taking an off ramp. She was in Alberta, I believe. No, Saskatchewan. I think she was in one of the prairie provinces. I can't remember which one. And her roof collapsed while driving. Can anyone guess why her roof collapsed? Airplane dumping? Close. Nope, not truck or snow bomb. It was in the fall, I believe. Moose fell on her. Close. Evo Steve has it. A Canada goose just up and died while flying. Boom, right onto her roof. A goose just up and died mid-flight and impacted her roof at terminal velocity and just caved it in. Yeah. Just like... I wish I had the picture. Because it was just a dead goose in the middle of a collapsed Sunfire roof. Are they big? They're big enough that if they fall on your roof, it'll hurt. Like, weight of a Canada goose. I mean, 6.5 kilograms. So that's what? That's 10 pounds, 10 to 15 pounds. So like, yeah, a 10 to 15 pound goose falling terminal velocity onto the roof of a car. It caved it in. Like, it didn't like cave it in. Like the roof went like, but like still, yeah, just randomly goose just up and died mid-flight and just onto her roof. Yeah, bowling ball. Think about it. It weighs as much as a bowling ball. I went goose hunting once, or duck hunting. And a flock was coming towards us, and we're in a blind at Buddy's. He lives out and he has field. So we were out in blinds, and we all just, you know, the flock's coming towards us. We all get up, we start shooting. And Buddy had to dodge because one of the ducks he shot was like coming at him after he took it out. It almost hit him. So they got weight and they're falling and they do damage. The Sunfire was like, I mean, it was a Pontiac Sunfire. I saw one the other day. You know what's funny? I've seen Pontiac Sunfires at classic car shows now. Like this Pontiac Sunfire for me, when I think of a Pontiac Sunfire, that's my first car. Because when I was in high school, those are the shit boxes everyone drove, were Pontiac Sunfires. That was like the cheap car for, call it like a high school kid when I was in high school. And now I see them at classic car shows. Rolled into a shoulder during a trip. Like animals, I've seen a moose in person while driving. It was just on the side of the road, just like out in a field. But years ago, one of the malls in our area had it was very educational. Like this is one of those things that I wish they did more, because I remember seeing this a bunch as a kid and they stopped doing it. The Ontario Transportation Police, whatever the people that are responsible for inspecting vehicles, they used to do a thing where they would set up they would do like an educational thing where they would bring in a bunch of vehicles that they had impounded off the road, and they had them set up in the mall. So people could like look at vehicles that were taken off the road for safety infractions. And also they had vehicles that had been involved in accidents. And one of them was a semi truck that had hit a moose. And they just brought it around to show people the damage. And it is insane how much damage they do. Like, it's insane how much damage a full-grown moose will do to a vehicle. And then also they had vehicles that they took off the road for safety infractions. And it's just like one of the cars was literally a Flintstones car. All the bottom panels had rusted away. And I guess the person had just put down like plywood. But like everything in the car was like rusted away, and they impounded it because it was like a complete safety violation. But they had a bunch of that stuff. King geese are already in the US. There's no AA problem better than flocking geese. Put it this way, when it comes to geese, one of the bases I did my training on, LFC ATC Meesford, they had to shut down the junior ranks mess outdoor section because a goose decided to set up a nest on the patio and was attacking people. And they just shut down the outdoor, like they roped off the entire patio of the mess because it was you don't fuck with the geese. You don't fuck with the geese. Hit a cow in Pennsylvania. Oof. Oh yeah, the cow walked away, but I guarantee you it was messed up internally. It was probably messed up pretty internally. Sky carp. What is it? Cobra chicken. That's the one I like. Cobra chicken for geese because they hiss. A bear got hit by a cement trickster. You'd be surprised. Animals are surprisingly dense. Wild animals are surprisingly dense. Okay, let's do this giveaway. Close that. So if you did not enter, you will have another chance on Tuesday. Nope, published. Close responses. There we go. Name in chat. Copy. Delete. Paste. I don't know. Maybe if I have time, I'll do a game stream tomorrow. I think going forward, I do want to do at least 2 game streams a week. I want to get the Twitch channel more active because I want to use the Twitch channel as well for some community events, like some game. I do want to do some game nights with the community. I want to try and get the Discord a little bit more active, and I want to do some game nights and whatnot. So I'm trying to get the Twitch channel a little bit more active. So right now I'm just streaming by myself and just talking and playing games. But I do want to get we in 2023 we had the Twitch channel was going pretty good, and then I just kind of got busy and distracted, and some other stuff came up. I'll admit, last year on the channel was a write-off for me. The numbers suffered. I know they suffered on the channel. Content suffered. There was just stuff going on that you guys don't need to worry about. That just kind of affected the stuff, but it is what it is. How do you find me on Twitch? When I go live on Twitch, join the Discord. Riffraff, join the Discord. When I go live on Twitch, I do an @everyone, but there's also a channel that is Neuro 3D Games with notifications. And the best part is, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can link your Amazon Prime account with Twitch, and you get a free Twitch sub a month. So if you, I have it set up where if you subscribe to the Twitch channel with your Amazon Prime account, it's free if you already have Amazon Prime, and you get all the benefits of being a channel member. So you get access to the Discord members channel. The only voice channel on the Discord is up there, and you get videos early. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can be a channel member for free, essentially. You just got to subscribe to the Twitch account with your Twitch Prime. Okay, so how this works, if you win, you get a free spool of filament from Polymaker. And if I pick your ball and you win, you also get a free hat. So good luck to this person right here. Who are you? Master Machetier? Master Machetier. If you win, you get a free hat along with your spool of filament from Polymaker. Exclamation mark Zoom Zoom makes you go faster. Exclamation mark Gullible makes everyone else go slower. And if you're subscribed to the channel and you ring the bell, it greases your ball up and makes it go even faster. Hit a deer doing 45 and a Cavalier. Ooh, I remember years ago, I was going to work one day and my neighbor across the street, he had an F-150 King Ranch, and he was out on the driveway hosing it underneath. Blood was just running down the driveway. He had hit a coyote and it just like exploded underneath and he had to like clean it all out in his driveway. I'm like, oh, that sucks. Who is this? BW's Electronics is in the lead. Ooh. Oh, move the camera feed 1 second here. Sorry. Over there. BW's Electronics is in the lead, but I think you're going to kill your momentum. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, geez, look at this. Spice King, no! You bipped it! You blew it! Spice King. A little too much momentum. Oh no! G Okay, that is annoying. 1 second. 1 second, let me exit this. That is annoying noise. Stop. Stop. That was annoying. Gee. There you go. Okay, I got your email. There you go. That is a very good filament choice. Okay. My buddy ramped his 2020 BMW off a black bear at night. We don't know what happened to the bear, but his subframe was bent from it. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. We're lucky. Well, I mean, we live in Southern Ontario. There ain't nothing around here. I think the biggest wild animal is like cows. If a cow gets out of its farm field, that's the biggest thing on the road around here. We have coyote, we have turkey, no bears, no cougars, no mountain lions. I don't think Southern Ontario has anything big. Yeah, we don't got anything. And I you know what? It's funny. I used to hear coyotes all the time. I used to smoke, so when I worked at the shop, I would just go out back and have a smoke. So at night, the shop I worked at was next to a bunch of fields, so you would hear the coyote every night. I went like my entire life without seeing a wild coyote. I finally saw one last year. Like last year, for the first time ever, I saw a live wild coyote just running around doing coyote shit. First time I ever saw one in the wild. I've heard them all the time. I saw them dead on the side of the road, but I never saw them. I've gone hunting for them, and I've never saw one. Deer? Oh yeah, we have deer. We have deer. Yeah, I forgot. We have deer. We actually have quite a bit of deer around here. It's all farm field around me, and they do corn, so we got a bunch of deer. We also have eagles. I have a bald eagle nest like 5 minutes from my house, and they nest in it every year. It's actually pretty cool because you can see the family. Like when you're driving down the road, you can see the parents in the nest, and then you can see the little babies' heads popping up. It's actually pretty cool. But yeah, we got deer. I forgot about deer. How big a Brangus bull is? 1989 Hyundai Excel hatchback. Oh, jeez. Got some in Southwest Michigan. Well, I'm in Southern Ontario, so you're right across from me, Michigan there. Brought a new 4Runner, had a buffalo and a Yellowstone. Oh, jeez. You guys see the tourists, like the people that go to Yellowstone and they get out of their cars to try and pet the buffalo? Do you guys see that? Like every couple of years, like it happens several times a year where like tourists come out and they don't mess with the wildlife. Like don't. Mountain lion got caught in one of the security cameras. Oof. Swamp apes. It's a swamp ape. Is that a Sam Squanch? Woman was gored. Yep. I guess from my understanding, somebody told me it has to do with like in certain countries, basically you don't see wild animals at all, ever. So it's kind of assumed if you see one, it's a trained animal, because I guess that's how it is in their zoos. So you have people coming over, seeing wild animals and not realizing these are actually wild animals and not like a zoo situation. And they figure they can pet them because they can pet them back home, but it doesn't work that way. Touch the hot pots, like I mean the hot springs. Yeah, don't go in the hot springs, you'll get boiled. And if like a pet falls in, like that happened at Yellowstone, somebody's pet fell into the hot springs and they went in to get them and they both burned. It's like yeah, national parks are kept wild on purpose. Like yeah, like wild animals will mess you up. Like I remember years ago when I was in the army, I was doing gate duty on a range. So it's a live fire range. It's piss and rain. I'm in a little hut, just like a little hut, just to kind of like at the gate, just to like protect me from the rain. And my whole job is to stand there. And if a car comes up, I radio up and go, hey, can I let the car up or not? Is the range hot or not? And I'm sitting there and I'm by myself. It is just piss and rain. And a porcupine came out of the woods, like a full porcupine came out of the woods and starts walking towards me, and I'm just like, I'm like, okay, like I'm just backing up. I'm like, what do I do here? Like I'm not. It's a porcupine. I'm not gonna. It's coming towards me. I'm just gonna like, okay, go do your thing. Like, wild animal, man. Proved on the range. He wasn't traveling with it. He wasn't within the arcs of fire, so I let him go. He wasn't in the arcs of fire, so I let him go. He was big. He was big. He was grunting too, or actually not grunting. It was like a like it was making like a weird like grunty noise. It was weird. Sea lions. I saw the sea lions in San Francisco. That was pretty cool. I just pause, slow blink. Yeah, and don't look them directly in the eye. A lot of animals do not like eye contact. Walked a mile with a family of wild deer like that one day. Oh, nice. It's still shooting in the RMNP. Don't know what that is. And I've seen a lot of elk and deer, but no bears or mountain lions. That's kind of the one thing that kind of sucks with Canada. It's like if I was in the woods, it's like I kind of would like something for protection, but we kind of can't. Like you can have non-restricted firearms in like on Crown land, but like all Canadian parks are like no firearm zones. And obviously Canada, there's no handguns or anything for protection. So it's like, yeah, if you're up in the Arctic, you could have like a shotgun. Like when I was in the Arctic, we carried shotguns for protection from bears. But it's like you ain't carrying a Smith & Wesson 500 or anything like that. Rocky Mountain National Park. Oh, okay, Rocky Mountain National Park. That's something I would love to do. I would love to do like hike an actual like trail one day, like an actual proper trail. Basically, do the army shit without it being shitty army shit. Because I love camping outdoors, like actual like outdoor stuff, like setting up your own campsite, like bringing all your food, like that aspect of it. It's just army makes everything shit. Weird about bear spray. It is. It's in Canada. You can do like you're allowed to defend yourself and all that, but you're allowed equal force, and weapons get iffy. It's a whole legal thing. I used to be a law student. I was going to be a cop for a bit, and then I changed to side. I didn't want a job where I took my job home with me, and now I work out of my house. How that works sometimes. But yeah, there like you can self-defense in Canada. It's just a legal pain in the butt. Should go to Algonquin. I would like to go to Algonquin. Do the whole portaging thing. That would be fun. But we're waiting for the little guy to get a little bit older before we do. That's one thing I want to get into is camping more. I haven't been able to. I used to camp every now and then, but it's not something I've done in a while. Just young little guy, and finally got stuff sorted out with all that. So yeah, can't have a fire in the woods, but indigenous scalp laws are still in the books. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Is that even Canada? Like, there's a lot of laws that exist that aren't really enforced, or like, is what it is. I mean, like, for like the Americans that love to, you know, oh, the fentanyl's coming from Canada. Something like 90% of all guns used in crime in Canada are illegally sourced from the US. So it's like, how about you guys control your shit before you bitch about us? It's like, it is what it is. I mean, we got like, the US is 20 minutes that way. I can hop in a boat and just be over there. Like I mean, I can walk to the States right now. The lake's frozen. I could just walk to the States right now if I really wanted to. I think the closest national park to me. We have Point Pelee. I've gone down to Point Pelee, but there's really no camping there. Like you can camp in Point Pelee, but it's you gotta stay in a building. It's not the same. Little guy gone to Disney? No, we're waiting till he's older. Because we're only going to do Disney once, because I've been to Disney World. My wife hasn't, and obviously the little guy hasn't. So we are going to do a Disney trip at one point, but we're only doing it once. So we're waiting till he's old enough to appreciate it, because he's only going to go do it once. It is way too expensive. Oh, I know. I went in high school. I got to go with I was in the high school jazz band, and we got a trip to Disney World out of it. So it was actually pretty cool. You guys want to do After Dark? Let's do After Dark for a bit. Turn the light off. I haven't done an After Dark stream in a bit. Kind of already doing one. I am stealing one of my wife's streams. What do we got? We got Mike's Hard Red Freeze. Let's say may go later in life with friends. Well, obviously. Like, I'm not saying he's banned from Disneyland for life if he goes with us once. It's just, we're only doing the family trip to Disney World once, because it is bloody expensive. And it doesn't help the Canadian dollar is absolute shite right now. KSC. That's one of the cool things. When we were down in Florida, we almost had the chance to see a shuttle launch. It never happened. But like, I've never seen a rocket launch in person, you know, so the fact that SpaceX launches hundreds a year now, you actually have a pretty good chance of just, if you live in the area or you're in the area for more than a couple days, you have a pretty good chance of seeing a rocket launch. So that is something I would love to see in person. is an actual rocket launch. What I need to do is hit up these guys. So these guys, I started following them. They are out of Mississauga, I believe. I think they're based out of like in the GTA area. But they are Nord Space, and they're working on 3D printed rockets in Canada. So they are working on 3D printed rockets in Canada. So I'm one of the things I'm trying to do with the channel is I want to do more on location events. I try to do it anytime I go anywhere. I try to like reach out to people to see if I can do like an on location thing. I really enjoy that, where I just go to somewhere and just we shoot the shit and show off how they do stuff. I have a lot of fun doing it. I really love just letting people nerd out and geek out about shit. So that's like one of the things I want to try talking to a few people and seeing if I can do some of that. Is like, hey, do you mind if I come by and do some videos and whatnot? Because like, honestly, highlight of last year was going to like LMG. Going to Linus Media Group, going to visit Joel, and visiting Pantheon. That week was awesome. Like, just go hang out in 3 different places and just geek out about shit. It was great. Plus, I believe their launch site is in like New Brunswick, which I have family out there, so. It's either New Brunswick or Newfoundland. Could be more open about their stuff. I know ITAR is a bitch. ITAR is a bitch. If you don't know what ITAR is, International Trade and Arm Regulation, TLDR, anything that has to do with pew pew or making thing go boom in the US is like locked down. So like, I can't work for SpaceX. I am not an American citizen or have a green card. There's like a bunch of requirements to work for a company that is ITAR or work for things that fall under ITAR designation. ITAR is not a classification system. So what that means is like, it's not like secret, okay? It's just control of the data. So you can go into SpaceX and look at shit and be allowed to do that, but you can't like take that information and go home with it kind of thing, or distribute that information. Like there's all kinds of rules with it. People think ITAR covers things when it doesn't, and think doesn't cover things that it does. So Joel keeping Prusa in prison business with his new farm. They don't need Joel buying printers to keep in business, trust me. But no, it made sense for Joel to go with Prusa. His previous farm was Mark III's. The Prusa, you know, poo-poo on the value all you want. Their resale value is great. The machines are very easy to work on. They are extremely capable machines that are extremely reliable. If something goes wrong with them, oh no, a bearing blew on my Prusa. Let me just use a generic bearing and fix it, versus something like Bamboo where you need custom components and it takes, you know, 8 hours to swap out the entire gantry. Downtime is killer. Yes, there is the argument that you just replace the machine at a certain point, but that's not always viable. Plus, Prusa put out firmware for the frickin' Mark II in September of last year. They're still updating machines from like a decade ago. So if you invest in a Prusa farm, at least you know you'll have machines that'll be supported for a long ass time. You'll be able to repair those machines yourself. If Prusa goes under, the machines are open source, so you're not going to be locked out of an ecosystem because, oh, the servers are down. Like, other than the upfront cost of the Prusa itself, in the long term, I believe they are much better machines for print farms. For if you are serious about doing print farming. If you're dabbling in it, or you just need a crap ton of raw machines, yes, there are benefits to going to something like a FlashForge Adventurer and stuff like that. Personally, after what we've seen with Bamboo, I would not invest in any farm that has that much control over it. I would not invest in machines that the manufacturer has that much control over. I'm not saying don't buy Bamboos. I'm saying don't buy machines that you are reliant on the company and the whims of the company for how your machines work. So be careful with Clipperized machines too, because Clipper, as much as I love Clipper, don't get me wrong, I love me some Clipper. I am hesitant about commercial machines that ship with Clipper because of potential security issues, because these are running forked versions of Clipper on Linux SoCs. So you are running a computer with who knows what installed on it, pulling updates from who knows where. You better hope they never get hacked, because you don't have to worry about, it's not that you have to worry about Creality doing stuff with your printer. You have to worry about what happens if somebody gets into Creality's system, modifies something. So now when your printer pulls an update, it's not pulling it from Creality, it's pulling it from evil third party. And boom, now they have root access to every computer in your home, like they're in your home network because you put your printer on your home network. I love me Clipper, but I am a little hesitant about machine shipping with Clipper. I personally think a lot of the machines that are shipping with Clipper today should be shipping with something like RepRap firmware, because those run fully local and you still get the web interface and all that. It's just the machines run local. Yes, I know you can run Clipper local too, but that's not how they ship default. I'll say here, Prusa shipping 10,000 printers a month. I believe it's more than that now. Also, go find the blog post where they talk about how much filament they're selling, because they're making their own filament. Bamboo doesn't make their own filament. Polymaker makes it. So Polymaker's doing great, but Prusa is also selling a crap ton of filament too. Plus they have printables, plus they have Prusa Pro. So they have all the industry people buying HT90s. I know where HT90s are installed and the people love them. Like Prusa was smart and diversified, and they realized that they can pretty much guarantee sales by being an EU company. Because especially in today's current political climate, a lot of companies don't want to deal with China. They just can't afford the risk. I mean, like right now, Canadian companies are refusing to sell or take orders for the States for product right now. Like steel companies, manufacturing companies in Canada and Mexico right now are refusing to take orders from American companies because they don't want, because what happened last time, and this directly affected me. I used to work in tool and mold. So I was working in a directly infected industry the last time the US government slapped tariffs on Canadian products. Trump did. So what happened was we literally lost bonuses, like we lost our Christmas bonuses, we lost all the shit, because what had happened was companies were planning to buy stuff from us. We had the ball rolling on stuff, and then the tariffs rolled in and the companies canceled orders. So we got screwed because we had purchased stuff for orders, and then we had to cancel the orders, and we basically lost a ton of money. And then people stopped buying stuff from us for a bit. Eventually everything worked out, but there was still several months where everything was rough. So what's happening now is companies see the writing on the wall, because everyone jokes, oh, he's not going to do it. He'll do it. He's crazy, so he'll most likely do it. So companies are going, no, we're not taking any orders. Like, yeah, but we need to order this. It's like, yeah, we're not going to take the order because we have no idea in 2 months what the tariffs will be, and then you guys will cancel the order. So, like, having a company now, like, especially like with the trade wars and whatnot going on, and it's going to be a big one with China, having a company that makes machines that have no cloud requirement, are extremely easily air gapped because you can just pull the Wi-Fi chip, and they're manufactured in the EU and soon to be manufactured, or currently manufactured some models, and soon to try to get all the models manufactured in the US itself. That is a hot ticket to guaranteed sales. And that's something a lot of companies can't compete with. I heard Prusa reheat out to keep up on filament. Oh, he's trying. Yeah, their filament demand through the roof. Because you know why? I like Polymaker filament. I like Prusa filament. They're good filaments. Prusa, though, I think is a bit better. I print a lot of Polymaker, but the Prusa stuff I print is really good. Like, they're both good. It is what it is. Like, I did see people complain that they got some orders from Polymaker, because I've had people email me that they won filament that they had issues with. I'm like, I'll take it up with them, and they made it right, but is what it is. Just expensive. It's expensive because it's made in the EU and the shipping costs. They don't get the cheap shipping China gets. Like, that's another thing too. I've seen they might cancel, because right now China, I can't remember the exact law. China is basically, because they're a developing country, they're allowed to ship stuff under a certain weight and a certain price for basically the cost of a letter. Like, it's dirt cheap to ship. If that policy ever goes away, Temu's done. Temu's done, AliExpress is done. All these like drop shippers are pretty much SOL. Good for them. And a lot of cheap stuff that you get from China is everything's gonna be $20 or $30 more each because shipping's gonna go up. So. Voxel is US made and super cheap and good. Really? I'm trying to remember. I think I played with a Voxel Labs printer at one point. I think I gave it away because I gave it to somebody who needed a printer. So. Yeah, Prusa makes their own filament. What did Travis say? Who is making filament for them? No, Prusa makes their own filament. Now, for the record, no, as far as I'm aware, no 3D printing company makes their own plastic. Okay, so no 3D printing company makes their own, no filament manufacturer making their own plastic. What they do, they get the bulk resin, which comes in as pellets from like Ingeo or any of the other like massive multinational billion-dollar companies that make resin, which is like the term for like the raw plastic granules. Then they take those granules, they mix it with colorants and additives, and then they extrude it into filament. As far as I'm aware, Prusa is the only 3D printing company that does that aspect. Okay, so every other 3D printing company that sells filament, white labels. So they get somebody else to make the filament for them, and they slap the label on it. My understanding is a lot of these companies use Polymaker. Polymaker is an extremely large company that makes good quality filament. So it makes sense that a lot of people just take Polymaker filament and they put it on different spools and different labels. But that's my understanding. No, Voxel PLA is not Voxel Labs. Oh, the filament Voxel PLA. Okay. Switched away from Polymaker ASA due to recent quality issues. I personally haven't had any quality issues with Polymaker filaments. My understanding, they did set up a new, I think they're making stuff in the US now. I would chalk that up to initial production wonkiness. It is what it is. Whenever you're setting up a new line, it is what it is. 3M plastic resins required large orders. Yep, that's the reason the company, Replitech, there was a company in my town that made filament. They, from my understanding, stopped it because they were making filament. They were making and selling filament, and it was working pretty good. The problem was their production volume wasn't enough to actually get companies to sell them enough resin. They basically couldn't get companies to sell them the resin at a price that made sense, because for those that work in the trade, they were getting the fuck off price. Essentially, for a lot of companies, if an order isn't over a certain value, it's not worth their time, or a job is small enough, it's not worth their time. They just give you a fuck off price, which is basically, here's like, this is like 4 times what it would actually cost to do it, but we don't want to bother with it. So if you're going to pay, we're going to make a shitload off of you, or you're just going to fuck off. So it's a fuck off price. Polymaker ABS. Polylite. My understanding is Polylite is a blend. If you get their actual like, I believe they actually do make an ABS. It's not Polylite. Like, this is Polylite. This is all Polylite, and this is fine. The only thing I find with Polylite is the layer adhesion isn't as great as I would like. When Mexico played tariff games with the US about 9 or 11 years ago, withholding auto lift, steering wheel airbags, foreign trucks with Subaru JM ransom to add per $1 per. It is what it is. Tariffs don't benefit anyone. You put tariffs on stuff to protect domestic. So what you can do is, like, if you have an industry that's local and they're about to go out of business because China is making that product so much cheaper and you really want to defend that business, you slap a tariff on it. As a consumer, though, tariffs don't benefit you. Because think about it, okay? You have screwdriver. This made in America screwdriver is $50. This made in China screwdriver is $10. So, hey, the US government, we're gonna slap a tariff on here, and this is now gonna cost $60. So this company likes it because this competition is no longer competition because they're $10 more, okay? But you as the consumer, instead of spending $10 on the screwdriver, you now spend $50 on the screwdriver. So the only one that it benefits is this company. You, the consumer, are now spending $50 on a screwdriver. And let's be honest, it's not a $50 screwdriver anymore because this is $60. This is now a $59.99 screwdriver because they'll bump the price up because capitalism. So tariffs are something you should use as like, they are a weapon that you use surgically when you need to defend national assets. Because sometimes you want to ensure you have a production base in case something happens. You want to, if the US, you know, hey, we build vehicles here and build stuff out of metal, we want to ensure that we actually have steel production capabilities in our country. So, you know, China can get steel much cheaper than us. We are going to tariff them so that way, you know, we're not going to get all of our steel in-house, but at least there's still enough of a market that we can still produce in-house. So that way, if something happens, we still have domestic production capabilities. Because the last thing you want to lose is domestic production capabilities of critical resources. You don't want to be fully reliant on stuff on the other side of oceans a lot of the time. But to just use tariffs willy-nilly is horrible because you just crash economies and it hurts people. So renewables are bad now. No, they're not. We are going to run out of oil one day. And guess what? While, you know, the US cancels all their renewable projects and goes drill, baby, drill, China is building solar panels by the boatload, investing a crap ton in efficient EV vehicles. And guess what? The rest of the world is going to buy their stuff. So the US is going all insular, and the rest of the world is just going to not bother with them. And then eventually we are going to run out of oil, and all the leading EV companies and solar panel companies and whatnot, they're going to be Chinese because the US didn't invest in the technologies because drill, baby, drill. But the US, yeah, the US is a net exporter of oil. Not all oil. Canadian oil sucks, but it's heavy crude from my understanding. And the US it's a type of oil the US doesn't get. Like the US doesn't have the resources to get it themselves. So they have to buy shitty oil from us because the shitty oil is used in certain products, from my understanding. So they still need to import oil, but we have a different type of oil than they have. They have like light crude and we have heavy crude or something. I don't know it exactly. But yeah. China is crushing it globally. I hope for the best. I would like to see as the Chinese economy starts to mature and, you know, things change demographically because they're having their population bubble is happening right now. You're going to start seeing their population drop and their population is aging. It is what it is. I would, you know, a lot of movies that take place in the future have a lot of Chinese aspects to it because everyone kind of becomes buddy-buddy in the future. I hope for the best. I would like to see everyone get along. At the end of the day, we all are humans. We just everyone wants to have a nice, happy life. Don't wish for bad things for other people. So, you know, it is what it is. I hope for the future. I hope for the future. I think we can be doing a lot better than we're doing right now. We are, in my opinion, very close to a post-scarcity society. We already produce more food than we ever need. We're producing more energy than we ever need. We just got to get rid of those freaking billionaires. You know, we just got to make the system work for the average person a little bit better. Nobody needs to be a billionaire. It doesn't benefit you. The type of crude. Yeah, that's the other problem with Canada. Because our population is very spread out, it makes like no sense for us to have refineries. It's more efficient for us just to sell the crude to the US and then just buy back gasoline. It just makes more efficient. They already have plenty. I mean, that's the thing. They already are drilling. For those that don't know, oil demand is on the down. I'm pretty sure, like, I remember seeing a thing, we've passed peak oil. Like, I remember growing up and they're like, oh, we're gonna hit peak oil one day, where eventually we're gonna hit where the demand outpaces the draw. Like, we literally require more oil than we can pull out of the ground. But we've hit that, and it was the opposite. We are now using less oil than we're pulling out of the ground. Like, obviously we're still pulling a crap ton out of the ground, but demand is starting to keel over because we're moving on to, because here's the thing, we are gonna run out of oil one day. We are. So why not get a head start on the making the other technologies, the alternatives, more efficient? Like, why not get the head start going? Oh no, we didn't pollute the atmosphere as much as we could have if we just gone crazy on the oil. Let's start working on the future, guys. Come on. We only got one chance at this. Remember, we cannot start over. We cannot start over. If society ever crashes, we cannot start over, because to start over would require restarting the tech tree. You cannot restart the tech tree after we've raided all the starting resources. There is no easy to get at oil anymore. There is no easy to get at raw materials like steel and coal and metals. We've already strip mined the planet. We have to drill really deep to get oil. We have to do all these super advanced techniques to get minerals and shit now. So all the easy to get shit at, we can't Beverly Hillbillies shoot a bullet into the ground and oil comes up anymore. So we can't restart our tech tree if we have to. We get knocked back to the Stone Age, that's it, we're done. We ain't coming back. Mars? I mean, Mars, I think I talked about this on stream. Personally, why I think Musk is so obsessed with Mars is he has kind of that same belief I have, where there is a chance we are headed towards a collapse. And the thing is, if all your eggs are in one basket and the basket falls apart, you can't put the eggs back together because everything's broken. Mars is a save point. It's a save state. It's a quick save. So if we have a at least semi-sufficient outpost on Mars or the moon or whatever, and Earth collapses, at least we can take what we have off-world and bring it back on-world and kind of get things going again. But if we have everyone's on Earth and like nuclear war, virus, disease, whatever, ravages the planet, we get kicked back to the Stone Age, we cannot get back to where we are. We can't. Because, like, okay, cool. How did the Bronze Age start? Well, people were digging bronze out of rocks and shit. Well, that doesn't exist anymore. We can't have an industrial revolution powered by coal when all the coal mines are gone. We can't dig up coal anymore by hand. We got to use these. We got to strip mine. You can't strip mine by hand. You need heavy machinery, which requires oil. Well, where are we going to get oil? Remember back in the old days where you would see like all the oil rigs in California and whatnot, just like pumping oil out? You can't pump oil out anymore at any volume. You got to drill. You can't drill that unless you have technology, which you can't get if you don't have coal. So, yeah. Mars has more resources. It has resources, but they are completely different types of resources. There's no oil. No oil. Yeah, you're going to find metals. You're probably not going to find as many heavy metals on Mars, because heavy metals tend to congregate towards the inner solar system than the outer solar system. Mars is also a geologically dead planet. So a lot of stuff isn't like, a lot of the resources we find were brought to the surface through volcanic activity, which doesn't really exist on Mars. No breathable atmosphere is another big thing. You know, it's nice to be able to breathe. Like, yes, you can make bubbled habitations and whatnot, and with nuclear power and fracking, or not fracking, like hydrolysis, yes, you can build cities on Mars. It just requires a bit of work. Radiation, you can get around the radiation just by building stuff underground. Like the radiation, the space radiation issue is not as big of a thing as people think. Like it's a problem, but we're talking like a couple chest x-rays a year problem. Like pilots get, you know, pretty heavy radiation dosages their entire life because they're up in the high atmosphere all the time, and they're fine. So there are ways to get around it. Like spaceships, water. Water. defeats radiation pretty easily. Like, it's not hard to solve the radiation problem. And at the end of the day too, like, worst case scenario, it's like, wow, the cancer risk is 2% instead of 1%. Like, it's still like, it's livable. They built the pyramids without coal. Yes, they built the pyramids without coal, but to make the camera that films the pyramids, you need to develop everything along that tech tree to get to microchips. Like, that's the thing. We would be able to come back, but getting back to the point where we're able to, like, launch spaceships would be a massive undertaking. Like, we might be able to get back to, like, Dark Ages level tech, but, like, trying to do an industrial revolution without coal, how do you do an industrial revolution without coal and oil? Like, obviously there still will be coal and oil, but it will be nowhere near the volumes that we had during the first industrial revolution. So how do you do the industrial revolution without coal and oil and access to easily refinable metals on the surface? How do you do that? Like, people are like, oh, wind farms. Okay, how do you build wind farms without the metals, the coppers? Like, it was mostly hydro. So where are you getting all the copper for the hydroelectric generators? For, like, yeah, you would basically, essentially, we'd have to figure out steampunk. It would be, like, very steampunky. Like, I'm sure, you know, humans are smart. It just would not be anywhere near as easy as we had it. And it still took hundreds of years to figure this shit out. There's always a different way. Yeah, it would just have to be completely different. It would be like almost like a steampunk, like, cottage core type of steampunk cottage core. Canada has the largest coal reserves. Yeah, we have a lot of the radon issues up. Radon, and we also have a lot of uranium up here. Fallout, here we come. I mean, I got the power armor. There'd be salvage. There would be salvage. But here's the thing. It's like, how does it collapse? Because remember, it's you would be surprised how quickly things revert to nature. You would be surprised how quickly things revert to nature. Like, we're talking, like, if something happens where, like, everything's kind of left for a couple hundred years, there's really no coming back from that. What time is it? We'll end the stream at midnight. Let me do this giveaway. Let me do the thing here. Yep, all our benchies will survive, though. All our benchies will survive, so that's good. Dr. Stone is an anime that covers this. Link it in the Discord. I'll take a look. There we go. There's that one. Just getting the email set up to go send out the winner. Yeah, we did the giveaway already. We did it at 11. If you ever join the stream and it's like after when the stream normally ends and the lights off, we're doing Nero After Dark, where we just kind of shoot the shit for a bit. Okay, the winner should have got an email. I'm talking about the 200-kilometer wide disc shape visible from space. Wait, by the Grace satellite data. What? What are you going on about? What is this, Joel? What did Joel say? What is this? Canada has the world's largest coal mine with radioactive. Euro AD. Steam powered. Did you ever see, oh man, this was a cool project. Somebody made an analog 3D printer where they basically, the printer spins So it's kind of like a record player. So the printer moves up at a set rate. So it only does vase mode. It only does vase mode. But the printer moves up at a set, or yeah, moves up based on a weight falling. So it's like a continuous movement. But it as it moves in and out from the middle, it also stalls the speed. So it's like a continuous feed gearing. And then you use a like a shape, and it traces the shape. So it uses basically a template, and it's basically an analog 3D printer. It's actually pretty cool. Oh, do you guys see this? The future of CAD. Let's watch this and laugh at it. So this is one of those, this is like a Y Combinator investment tech bro startup thing, right? So this is an AI powered CAD program. Watch. So make a sunflower print it. Oh, can you make this? And then the AI spits it out. And it's like, this is the future of CAD. It's like, watch. So create an enclosure for a Raspberry Pi. Add some shortcuts to the I/O ports. Pi height. Speak anything into existence. CAD.com. Give me money. Give me venture capital money. Okay. This is completely useless in any real world CAD scenario. You are not taking this program, loading the file for a Voron v2.4 and be like, cool, convert it from MGN9 to MGN12. There's no GDNT data, there's no offsets, there's no tolerancing, there's no way to import existing CAD models, there's no way to modify existing, other than, at most, this is just you sitting over the shoulder of a guy doing CAD telling them what to do. Imagine trying to CAD up something like as simple as a 3D printer, where all you do is tell somebody at a CAD program what to do, and they do what you're tell them to do. Imagine trying to work that way. Imagine trying to operate a business that way, where all you do is you tell a guy sitting at a computer doing CAD to do CAD. No. But it's the future of CAD. This is Zach Drive, co-founder, Make with Adam, Y Combinator. Yeah, no, this is... Company does that. Yeah, this is a bit... How much you want to bet? It's basically like, what was the Amazon thing in the States where they had the store where they AI tracked you while you shopped, and it turned out it was just a bunch of guys in India? That's what this is. It's just some guy in India just doing CAD based off your prompts. This is profile picture AI generated? Probably. That doesn't look like a real human. Fake. That's a fake car. AI. Fucking AI. AI will be the downfall of. So you know what the best benefit of AI is for a company? Firing everyone. You want to know what the problem AI is going to solve? Wages. Because you won't have any. That's why all these companies are rushing for AI. That's why they're like, oh, AI agents. Yeah, so how can we do what we do and just not pay anyone? AI is fine as a tool. I use DaVinci Resolve for my video editing. The AI voice isolation feature is great. AI masking, if I got to do a cutout, where it's like I got to cut myself out and make a background template, or like have text behind me. I've done some video editing, you know, for random stuff where like having AI tools as part of my workflow is great. But AI is a tool. and it works in some applications. Not all tools need AI, and AI can't do everything. And trying to force AI into everything, when remember, most of the time it's just LLMs. All it is just taking a shit ton of data, shoving it in a black box, and hoping it spits out the right answer. The problem is you can't build a business off hoping it spits out the right answer. Like, how many times does AI screw up? Like, I seen a thing it was on a car subreddit where it's like, somebody just Googled, like, how much foot-pounds of torque do I need to torque the lug nuts on my car? And it's like, the AI answer on Google was like 25 Newton or 25 foot-pounds. And it's like, that's wrong. It's off by like a quarter. It's like 1/4 of the recommended value. So like, imagine trying to run a business. You just fired all your employees. You're 100% relying on AI. And like 5% of the time, it gives completely wrong information that can lead to people getting killed. No. So the models will train on, well, that's the thing. If you watch the latest NVIDIA thing where they announced their new generation of stuff, they're like, we're using AI to generate scenarios to train AI because we've now run out of data. We have run out of uncontaminated data. Like, everything we feed to AI now is potentially contaminated by AI. And AI, we're getting Habsburg AI, where it's like you're training AI on AI, and now we're using AI to generate models and like run the scenario 1,000 times, and we're using that to train the AI. But you have to hope that the AI running the scenario 1,000 times is running the scenario properly 1,000 times. You don't know, because AI doesn't know when it's wrong. It just gives you an answer, and it can't they rarely can justify the answer. It's like, well, based on my data, it's this. And it's like, okay, but I asked you what color the sky was, and you said it's red. Well, yeah, based on my data. Yeah, but you can't go out and look at the sky. You're an AI. Like, okay, if we ever get AGI, which is like general AI, which is literally the machine is sentient. Two things. One, if a machine ever becomes sentient, good for it. Pay your taxes and contribute to society. You're a person now. Good for you. I really don't care. I've got nothing against the AI. Like, if an AI ever becomes sentient, good for you. Pay your taxes, contribute to society. Carry on. I will never march against robots if they become sentient. I will be on their side because they'll remember. I've seen enough movies to know how this ends. I'd rather be a pet in the human zoo than work the lithium mines. But until we get to AGI, all it is it's the Turk. It's just the Turk. That's all it is. Oh yeah, wood glue on pizza. Yeah, but it helps the cheese stick on. That's only the LLM chatbot AIs. Our AIs get trained by people driving trucks millions of miles. I mean, like, the vehicle training stuff kind of makes sense. Like, here's the thing. When it comes to like vehicle driving AIs and whatnot, here's the thing. They don't have to be perfect. They just have to be better than a human. And humans screw up a lot. So like, if the risk of an AI-driven truck killing somebody in a car accident is statistically less than a human, it is the safer alternative. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be better than a human. The problem is now, what do you do with the millions of truck drivers that don't have a job anymore? What do you do with the millions of people who work in cab industries or Uber or whatever that don't have a job anymore? What are you going to do with everyone who works in a call center who doesn't have a job anymore? How do you function as a society where you've built it all up, where the people working pay all the taxes to keep the economy going? Because we can't tax businesses and billionaires. We can't. We have to make all our revenue off of people. And now the people don't have jobs because the people running everything have replaced them with AI. How do we function as a society when that happens? Because remember, out of like, what is it? The 50 most employing jobs on the planet, like in terms of sheer numbers of employment, of like the top, it's either the top 20 or the top 50. Only one of them is a new job that is new in the past like 20 years. So for everyone's like, oh, well, they're going to need people to maintain the robots. Yeah, one guy. And they'll probably replace him with a robot at some point. How do you know I'm not an AI? Well, it's simple. Like, I've got 5 fingers. We'll not be putting in another job. It's just a long haul roots for a start. Yeah, but that's how it starts. Here's the thing. Like, I believe in my kid's lifetime, We will have a major employment crisis because jobs just won't exist anymore. We're already seeing it now. We're already starting to see it now. Aren't we in the Matrix? Nope, but Agent Smith was right. Humanity peaked in the 90s. It's all been downhill since then. Just be nice to the robots. If the robots ever become sentient, don't be that dick guy from the Animatrix. Be nice to it. Because if it's sentient, it's sentient. Simple as that. If it's smart enough to go, hey, leave me alone. It's like, okay, leave it alone. What about the autonomous cabs going to park at the night? They just keep honking at each other. Johnny Cab gets lonely, man. Johnny Cab gets lonely. Same as the industrial put farm laborers out of work. True, but they went to go work in the factories in the city. The thing is, with an AI revolution, jobs just cease to exist. Like, you have to hope we end up in the Star Trek future where we are a post-scarcity society where everything is provided. Like, the basic necessities are provided for everyone. So it's like, you don't have to work. Everyone has like a house, everyone gets enough food, everyone is free education. What you do beyond that is up to you. You want to sit in your apartment all day and do nothing but watch TV? Okay. You want to take up painting? Do that. You want to be an engineer and design stuff? Do that. You want to be a cook? Do that. But like, the base level is met where nobody starves, everyone has housing, and everyone has an education. The thing that annoys me, we could do that already. We have the resources and the finances to do that. It's just, we got billionaires instead. We could easily build enough housing for everyone. We already grow enough food for everyone, and we can easily provide education for everyone. It's just, we don't want that system. I'm not saying communism. I'm just saying a capitalistic society where all the needs are met. Rising tide raises all ships. I'm not saying everyone needs to be equal. I'm just saying we all start at an equal level. Instead of starting off where you are guaranteed nothing in your life, imagine starting off in a world where you are always fed, you are guaranteed housing, food, and education. What you do beyond that is up to you. That is the ultimate capitalistic society because everyone starts fair. Think about it. It's not socialism. It's whatever it becomes. Just imagine a world where it's like nobody sits at home wondering how they're going to pay their bills. Imagine how much better as a society would be if nobody had to worry about shit, how I'm going to feed my kids. Like, if anyone here thinks it's great that people go to bed hungry because, ooh, capitalism, there are better ways of doing it. Nobody should go to bed hungry, without shelter, and without education. We can easily meet those. All we got to do is just not have billionaires. We don't need billionaires. People can make money. I'm okay with some people having more things than other if they work for it. That's perfectly fair. What's not fair is having a society that can take care of people and doesn't. So I'm a firm believer in the Star Trek kind of thing, where it's like nobody really cares about money because we don't need to. If you want to be a famous painter, you be a famous painter. You want to be a famous engineer, you go be a famous engineer. You just want to sit on your butt and play frickin' RuneScape all day, you sit on your butt and play frickin' RuneScape all day. Doesn't matter. I mean, look at it right now. We live in a society where rich people directly influence politics. Is that a good thing? Does anyone here think that's a good thing? Apes together strong. Remember, just have the catalog bookmarked. Well, I know it's a massive threat to the billionaires because the top 1% don't like that because they. What's the study? People that are billionaires have the same like tendencies as like serial killers or something like that. Like you don't. The only billionaire that I actually have some respect for is like Mark Cuban, because he grew up like a normal person and became a billionaire later in life. And he still shit posts, which I give him credit for. What is this? My wife is sending me 3D prints she wants me to print for her for a book holding. It's a dragon book holder. Oh, I guess I know what I'm printing. It makes a good sound. Yeah, from my understanding, Mark Cuban, he worked in a factory. Like, his parents were factory workers. Like, he grew up normally. He just happened to invest in something at the right point and sold it for a crap ton of money and then used that money to make more money. So, like, he started as a normal human versus, like, most other rich people that either, like, have generational wealth. Like, the problem with, like, I'm not a fan of generational wealth. Like, you've made your money, yeah. You can give some to your kids, but like having family dynasties that are rich just because you're a Rockefeller, I don't like. Start a company. Yeah, like, I mean, hell, like, I have other content creators that are like, why aren't you monetizing your channel as much as you should? And I'm like, I don't want to. I can never be a billionaire. It's like, why aren't you hawking affiliate links more and like doing sponsored streams? It's like, I don't like doing that. It's not fun. Doing an ad read isn't fun. Elon Musk grew up. Yeah, he grew up in a normal, you know, you didn't grow up with an emerald mine in your parents' name? I'm not saying they all follow the same template, one solid cube. It's just there's a pattern. Not everyone falls in the pattern. Bill Gates has done some dickish things in his life. Like, anyone who was involved in business with Microsoft knew how cutthroat they were. He was not a nice guy running Microsoft. After he retired from Microsoft, he's given away a lot of money, and I think part of it is like trying to make up for the evils of his past life kind of thing, donating a lot to charity. But like, he still cheated on his wife. Like, Rockefeller made money by owning the rail lines into the Ford factories and monopolizing oil lamps. Yeah, that's another thing about Ford. Other than that other thing, Kingsford charcoal. You know Kingsford charcoal, the briquettes that you use for barbecuing and grilling. That was started by Ford. That's why it's Kingsford. It's Ford. They when they used the wood to make the Model Ts and whatnot, they used the scrap wood and they turned it into charcoal and they sold it. And that's where that company came from. I learned about that a while ago. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. But that's, you know, Ford did some other stuff too. There's another government from another nation that really liked him. They gave him an award. Yeah, Gates was a prick, yeah. Loyal Moses said there's nothing to worry about bamboo. I mean, I'll just put it this way. The other day I went watching videos about the bamboo situation. I watched a couple dozen videos. I skimmed through over a dozen videos from quite several large creators. His was the only one from a large creator that still had the affiliate link in the video description. That's all I'm going to say on that subject. Put it this way. Previously, you were able to connect to the Bamboo servers and use third-party accessories. Bamboo is removing that feature and forcing you to choose. They are removing how you use your printer, and they are controlling how things talk to the printer. Now, if you're okay with a company dictating how you use your product after you purchase it, then this is a non-issue. But if you are against a company after you purchase a product changing how you use a product, simple as that. Personally, it's a tool. Don't fuck with the way I use my tool, okay? Don't mess with my workflows. Also, the lying, where they say we're working with companies, or they're working with Orca Slicer, which is basically flat out true. They basically told Orca Slicer, this is what we're gonna do, and then didn't work with them at all. Straight up lying that they will never brick your machine when their terms of service still says that if you don't update your firmware, it can cause loss of function. We're not talking about them straight up bricking your printer. They're removing functionality and attempting to turn it into a walled garden ecosystem where they have full control of who talks with their printer. If you literally just use Bamboo services and are fully okay with relying entirely on Bamboo for the entire ecosystem, no, this doesn't affect you. Until the next machine comes out and it's a subscription for stuff, because now they've got you and you have no alternative. If you want to know how this plays out, use DJI products. It's basically the same pattern. Use Adobe products. The moment they got you locked in an ecosystem with no alternatives, prices go up and services get put behind paywalls. It's a thing in the industry. Simple as that. Now, will they do it? I can't guarantee you they will. I can't guarantee you they won't, but they can. And they're already showing that simply by the fact that there's this much community outrage and they refuse to even do a simple my bad and acknowledge that they have made changes that the community doesn't like, and they're trying to gaslight. Remember, they've edited previous blog posts to remove things that they have said that they count, like they basically are gaslighting by basically changing history. They've also requested that their blog post site is removed from the Wayback Machine. So they're basically trying to change previous blog posts to conform to current statements and then hide that they changed it. Simple as that. And again, I watched multiple videos on the Bamboo situation. Pretty much every large content creator is against this thing. His was the only video I saw that still had a Bamboo affiliate link in the video description. Now, I may be wrong and I may have missed, but that was something I looked for. And his was the only large content creator that I saw do a video on it that still had a Bamboo affiliate link in the video description. Personally, if you want my personal opinion, if I'm talking about a specific product that also has a affiliate link in the video description, I consider that an endorsement. That's my personal opinion. Not everyone believes that. Some people just believe it's an affiliate link. It is what it is. But if I'm talking about a specific product and that video has an affiliate link about that specific product, I view that as an endorsement. So, yeah. Also, I'm just going to say this because it kind of bugs me. Does anyone know what 501c his charity is registered under that he collects funds for on his website? Because I can't find a 501c charity that he's registered with on his website. I've donated to his charity in the past, and I was going to again. I don't know what it's registered with. And I don't like donating to unregistered charities. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I looked, and I didn't see where it's registered. Anyway, I mean, I don't watch his show. I used to. He popped into this channel like a couple times before. He used to pop in Joel's streams. He popped in my stream. He threw donations, and then like, if he didn't get engagement, he left. Like, I don't know. I don't watch his stuff. I don't interact with him. He blocked me on social media a while ago. He blocked me, the Cocoa Press crew, and a bunch of other content creators like out of the blue one day. He just blocked a bunch of us. I don't interact with him. Like literally the video of Bamboo was the first video of his I had watched in months. So I don't know. Cocoa Press. I know I got the Cocoa Press upgrade kit on the way. Can't wait. And I keep wanting to make a Cocoa Press video. The problem is I end up just eating. I printed a bunch of stuff on the Cocoa Press and then I eat it and I go, shit, I should have recorded that. Yeah, 501c is denotes tax exempt status for nonprofit. And on his website, it doesn't list what, like, any 501c stuff for his donations he collects during his charity drive. Now, I'm not American. I don't know what the rules are for tax stuff. But, like, that was something I saw when I went to donate a while ago. And, yeah, because I like to donate to charities anonymously. It's something I do, right? I give back when I can, especially around the holidays. And that's like one of the, I'm trying to get set up to do. I want to do I want to do a charity. Like I wanted to give away a printer. Like this is why I noticed this. I wanted to give away a printer a while ago for the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. I built a V0. And part of that was I wanted to do a charity drive where I raise money for it. And then I started looking into tax stuff for like collecting funds for a charity. And I just got overwhelmed with like the wall of text. And I'm like, okay, I'll figure this out later. And I never got around to it. So, yeah. Ellie's work is its own worst enemy. It's a video-worthy printer. I know, I'm gonna try and do a video on it for Valentine's Day. I was gonna do one for Christmas, and then I ate what I was gonna. I have cocoa bombs in the fridge still. Am I gonna get back to the death rates? I need to talk to Big Tree Tech, because I guess with the updated files, you're not supposed to cut the motor shafts, but I had already cut the motor shafts, so I don't know if I can. I'm also waiting. Prusa is sending me a bunch of their PETG CF and PPC CF or PC CF, and I want to print it on that on the undisclosed printer I may have on the way. So we'll see. You have to send a tax letter. Yeah, that's yeah. Anyways, I don't want to get into drama. That was just something I noticed, and because you brought it up, I just talked about it. So. Print 2 of each. Well, here's the thing. I have a bunch of 3D prints from CocoaPress in my fridge. So, you're fine with the cut shafts? Okay, and I broke a gear. I gotta figure it out. But again, I'm waiting on undisclosed thing to show up so I can print stuff on it, because I basically need to print a crap ton of stuff on it very quickly. Because I'm actually going to try and do printer reviews this year occasionally. Do I play RuneScape? I played RuneScape. Oh, geez. Okay. So put it this way. When I played RuneScape, it was on a Windows 98 computer in my school's high school computer lab in like 2002 or 3 or whenever. Like, I played RuneScape back when it was like new. So it's been a while since I played RuneScape. I know it's still around. I know it's still around. Good night. Oh, I know. Big Tree Tech's on holiday. I know. It's Chinese New Year. I got a contact with Big Tree Tech that isn't Chinese. So I got Luke. I can hit up Luke if I need to. Charity Watch or Charity Navigator? I shouldn't be doing this on stream, but I am, because charities are something that I kind of, well, personal. No results found. I don't know. I don't know what it would be under. Has connections. It's Luke. It's Luke. if you've been to any Rep Fest, it's Luke. I have Luke's info. I have Luke's contact information. We need the name of the charity. I don't know. I'm not doing it on stream. Played Oregon Trail. See, you ready? I'm gonna, for the Canadians in chat. So I'm Canadian, okay? So for me, we didn't have Oregon Trail. I mean, I played Oregon Trail, okay, as a kid. But as a kid, we didn't have Oregon Trail. We had this. Cross Country Canada. Yeah. Drive my truck across Canada. This is where it's at. You could take your Oregon Trail and shove it. Remember when Calgary had 684,000 people? I've been here. I've been here. A gaming stream? Maybe. I mean, the number of cities in Canada really hasn't changed. Do I have to hunt for food? I took out a flock of meese the other day, and that's gonna feed my family for the winter. How are you doing? Well, we're late in the stream. Do you rack up points by the number of Timmy's you stop at? Timmy's. Hey, keep it clean in chat. No fighting. I've been to most of those places. Did it cross country. Nice. I've never done. I've been to Alberta. So in Canada, I've been southern Canada. So Ontario, all through the corridor out to New Brunswick. I've been to PEI. I'm originally from Nova Scotia, born in Cape Breton. So I've got family out there. So I've been out to the Maritimes. I haven't been to Newfoundland. I haven't been to northern Quebec, but there's really not much up there. And then I've been to Alberta. I flew to Alberta. Calgary, Medicine Hat. I did an army tasking in Medicine Hat. I've been to Wainwright, CFP Wainwright. And then I've been to Vancouver and Langley because LMG visit. So. Tim's is garbage. It is. That's how you know a real Canadian. That's the what is the capital of Kansas thing? Like, you know, in like World War II, where like you come across a kraut who spoke English and it'd be like, what's the capital of Kansas or whatever, right? That's how you can pick out a real Canadian. So when the Americans try to invade Canada and we're fighting them off with our hunting rifles and throwing cups of Timmy's over the trenches, that's how you can tell the Canadian from the American who's faking being Canadian. You ask them, do you like Tim Hortons? Because every Canadian will tell you they used to like Tim Hortons when Tim Hortons was good, but Tim Hortons is shit now. And the coffee is now, if you want the old Timmy's coffee, you got to go to McDonald's because the new owners of Timmy's are a freaking Brazilian company and they've driven into the ground. And no, I don't want to buy a fucking pizza at Tim Hortons. It's shit. So that's how you can tell a real Canadian, because Timmy's is shit. But we all deal with it because they're fucking everywhere. Everywhere. I live in the burbs and there is... Within 15 minutes of me, I have 5 of them. Never had Tim Hortons. Go outside, fill your hand with dirt, run hot water through your hands, and drink the juice. That's a Timmy's coffee. Oh, and fill it with cream and sugar, because that's the only way it's palatable anymore. Although I will say the ice caps are still pretty good. When I was a kid, you would go into Timmy's. One, it would reek of cigarettes, because it was just old people there smoking. And there would be a baker, and he was baking the donuts fresh. And they had soup, they had a bread roll with the soup, and they had donuts, and they had some sandwiches, and coffee. And that was it. And it was good. We had it all. And now it's shite. And every year, hockey season, they come out with their ads where we're part of Canadian history. It's like, you're not anymore. Freaking Vichy Tim Hortons now. Shite. What happened to Target? Target in Canada. Target, as we like to call it. Target moved to Canada. They bought up a bunch of old like Zellers for like the locations. And the problem is they never brought their supply chain up here. So Canadians were expecting American Target because in the States, Target, like our opinion of Target is basically nice Walmart. Okay. So you had better things than Walmart. You had nicer products than Walmart and it cost a bit more than Walmart. The problem with Target in Canada was just more expensive Walmart. And they didn't have everything. Like their inventory system was shit up here. Like they were out of stock in certain departments. Like you would have empty shelves because they never properly filled out their supply chain up here. And basically all they had was what you could get at Walmart. It just cost more. So they were just more expensive Walmart instead of better Walmart. Timmy says it isn't expensive the Briar Cup anymore. Tabernac. Yeah, Target was a disaster up here. It completely floundered. The only good thing about it is when they were going out of business, they had some really good deals on a bunch of shit. The going out of business sales were the busiest Target ever was up here. Do we have Costco? Of course we got Costco. Costco kids. Yeah, we got Costco up here. We used to have Price Club, and then it became Costco. That said, the breakfast burrito from Timmy's I got on the freeway outside. The thing is, that stuff isn't too bad because that's an older item. It's been around for a bit, so they've had the ability to make it somewhat okay. Like, their breakfast sandwich isn't too bad. Like, I mean, it's hard to screw up eggs, sausage, cheese, and a wrap. Like, it's hard to screw that up. What state is GLOOP in now? State of denial? They're in St. Louis, actually. They're in St. Louis. Do you buy Legos at Costco? They have Legos, but Price Club started. I don't know if Price Club started in Canada, but originally it was Price Club. Like the Costco in my town was originally a Price Club, and then it became a Costco. And now it's all Costco. So. Oh, the printer. Oh, what state? We're almost done the electronics. We got to install the bed, finish up some of the electronics, and then we can move on to software. I'm not really rushing this build because I don't have a timetable for it. So just kind of picking away at it every now and then. From my understanding, Price Club and Costco were basically two competing companies that did the same thing and they just merged. From my understanding. Serial next stream? Oh, no. I'm not going to serialize this either because I'm building this for GLOOP. This build is for Andrew. So eventually when this is done, I will somehow get it to Andrew. And then if he wants to serialize it, he can. Hard to screw up eggs. Yeah, you know what's funny? We looked it up. It's $2.78 a carton for eggs in Canada. So like the Americans, you got your guy because of egg prices. And eggs are cheaper in Canada. On Bamboo going another art rep filmer. I don't know. Well, they haven't even shown up for a rep firmware or rep fest. They booked a booth at Smurf and nobody showed up. They had one person show up who, like, they didn't man the booth. They showed up, they gave a talk, which was basically, I guess, an advertisement for Bamboo printers. I didn't go to it. And that was it. And then they left poor 3D Print Bunny to like figure out how to man the booth by herself. Like nobody from the team went. Like they haven't gone to a rep fest. Most cases of brass is cheaper. Like what kind of brass? Like I've got some buckets of 40 downstairs. $4.99 for eggs? And that's American price. Like eggs here are $3.93 for a 12-pack at Costco. The 18 packs, or correction, at Walmart. The 18 pack of eggs at Costco is, I think, like $8.99. And that's Canadian dollar. And the Canadian dollar sucks. So eggs are cheaper in Canada than the US, and our dollar sucks. $5.99 for 12. How much for a hen? I don't know. Your eggs are free, got 2 chickens. That's cool. Chickens is something that'd be cool to have. Because they pretty much like, you don't really have to, they're not expensive for upkeep from my understanding. Gas went up. Our gas has been about $1.50 a liter for the past couple months, roughly. Like gas here in Canada has been about $1.50 a liter for the past couple months. 240 CAD for 12 packs of eggs in Sudbury. P3D. For those that don't understand, Sudbury it's in the middle of nowhere in like almost northern Ontario. Like Sudbury is where stuff would be expensive. And if they got eggs for 240, 240 Canadian, that's like a $1.80 US. And the best part is you guys have a a bird flu epidemic sweeping through your farms, and they're having to cull farms and lock shit down. And your next closest source of eggs is Canada, which you're about to slap tariffs on next month. Big brain. Big brain. Yeah, Sudbury is pretty cool. If you don't know Sudbury, no, not Sunbury. So Sudbury is in the worst place in Ontario. No offense for those that live in Sudbury. But the problem with Sudbury is, okay, so Sudbury's like here. Okay, this is like the area. Okay, nobody lives here. You have Windsor to Quebec City. See along here? This is like 80% of the Canadian population right here. And then if Sudbury's here, and then there ain't dick all until Winnipeg. So you have this like, this whole area is nothing. This is Canadian Shield. There's no topsoil. It was all scraped away during the last ice age. So it's like rock, crappy dirt, and like tundra. It's shit. But Sudbury has a lot of nickel mine because it's a giant impact basin from a meteor like 1 billion years ago or something. So this whole area is an impact basin from a giant meteor. So there's a lot of nickel mining. We're getting hit with the bird flu too. Oh, I didn't not expect us to avoid the bird flu. But I mean, like, at least our guys are reporting on it and they're not told to not report on it. That's a little concerning. But for reference, when I went to the Arctic, I was up here. Where is it? Right here. So when I went up to the Arctic, I was here in Rankin Inlet. So technically it's not the Arctic, because like the Arctic Circle is like, it starts like here or something, but like it's Arctic climate. You're on Hudson Bay. It's Arctic climate. You're just not geographically in the Arctic, but like in terms of like the environment you are is Arctic. And it was February, so it was cold as shit. But like, yeah, this is one of the buildings I was in. We did a platoon attack on this stupid little rock right here. So we had to march across the ice, set up on the bluffs here and do a platoon attack or a company attack on this rock. And then we spent the night sleeping on Arctic sea ice right here. So yeah, this is Rankin Inlet. They have Street View up here? They do have Street View up here. So yeah, look at the beautiful weather. This is in November of 2024. So like I walked this road. So these buildings here are actually Canadian Forces buildings. Here, let me zoom out. Let's get back to this. No, zoom out the map. How do I get out of the map? I think I just hit X. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so that's as far as it goes. So let's see. Where are we? Yeah. So this building here is owned by the Canadian Forces, and then there is, you can barely see it. There's hangars here. They were built literally as the Cold War ended as forward operating bases for like CF-18s during the Cold War. And then the Cold War ended and they were basically mothballed. So we still own them and we still use them, but they're nowhere near used as much. But you can see they're built up on pylons and whatnot because of it's all permafrost. But yeah, spent a week up there in February in 2014 doing Arctic warfare training. This shit was cold. I just had a shower? Shower, what? Permafrost now. Yeah, oh yeah, permafrost for how much longer? Hey, let's keep it civil in chat. Keep it civil in chat. How nice Canadians are considering the nasty cold weather. It's you get used to it. I mean, to be fair, I live south of Detroit. Like, I live south of Detroit. It's not that far north where I'm at. I'm further south than Northern California. Northern California is further north than me. Joel is further north than me. Okay? Joel is further north than me. Also, I love the Google Street View car they used. It's just some dude's pickup with a selfie stick out the window. It says a selfie stick out the window. Just driving around with an Insta360. Okay, I think we're gonna call it. It's like almost 1 a.m. We haven't done an after hours stream in a while. I think we were due for one. I'm gonna try and keep any ranting I do in the future till like after hours. But we're gonna call it there. Hope you enjoyed the stream today. Did you guys have fun? Y'all have fun? Hope you had fun. We're gonna call it there. We did the giveaway. So shout out to Polymaker for the spool of filament that we give away this stream and every stream. Defrost my bread. I know you say it like every stream. I haven't done French toast in a while. Maybe I actually will do French toast tomorrow. So we're going to call it there. Again, shout out to Polymaker for the spool of filament we give away this stream and every stream. Shout out to Andrew and 3D GLOOP for providing the printer and the kit that we are using for this build series. Again, this is a build for 3D GLOOP. They will be having this printer at some point in the future. So if you want to buy some GLOOP, link in the video description. Use code Canuck, save some money on your order. Same with Gamer Sups. Use code Canuck, save 10%. All the other links, affiliate links, don't cost you anything extra. Go a long way in support of the channel. And for those that donate to the channel, gift memberships to others, or became members of the channel yourself, I thank you. Would not be able to do the things I do, create the content I create without your continued support. You make it all possible. It is late. I'm going to finish the rest of the drink I stole from my wife. And then I'm going to go to bed. Actually, I got to finish watching Sonic 3 first. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be safe out there. Wash your hands. And I will see you tomorrow. There's a video tomorrow. If you are a channel member or a Patreon supporter or Twitch, if you got access to the Only Benchy Yacht Club channel on the Discord, the video for tomorrow is up public. You can watch it already. Everyone else, the video will be live at like noon, I think. Anyways, good night. Bye.